Our meeting. At this time, we'd like to convene the City Council meeting of the City of Palo Alto on Monday, June 6, 2022. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Councilmember Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filsa.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ku.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you. So our first action is a resolution on behalf of Sasha Priest, who is retiring as an agent from our police department. And I've asked Councilmember Cormack to read the resolution.
Thank you, Mayor Burt, and good evening. Whereas Sasha Priest served the City of Palo Alto and its citizens as a member of the Palo Alto Police Department for 27 years, first becoming a police officer in 1995 and a police agent in 2002. And whereas Agent Priest has had a remarkable career as a sworn law enforcement officer, including working on all shifts of the patrol schedule, and has worked in many specialty assignments, including specialized traffic accident reconstruction, crime scene investigation, field training, and designated rifle officer. And whereas Agent Priest was an accomplished detective serving 5 years as a financial crimes investigator, during which he solved numerous complex cases involving high dollar losses and seeing them through to successful prosecution. And whereas Agent Priest has a tireless work ethic, one that drove him to always assist his fellow department members with any task and not stop until the job was completed thoroughly and correctly. Agent Priest supported his coworkers with a high degree of professionalism and respect that is in alignment with the mission of the department. And whereas Agent Priest has served as a mentor to countless current and former officers, during his 2 stints as a field training officer, his term as the supervisor of the personnel and training unit, and the many nights he spent as an instructor to the Explorer and Citizens Academy programs. And whereas Agent Priest has earned a long, happy, and healthy retirement spent with family and friends for all his years of dedicated service, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the City of Palo Alto hereby commends the outstanding public service of Agent Sasha Priest, records its appreciation as well as the appreciation of the citizens of this community, and send its well wishes to his family upon his retirement.
And because this is a resolution, we will be entertaining a motion to approve it.
So moved.
I will second. And do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on the item? Okay. In that case, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. And I will come down and, my understanding is that Agent Priest is joined by his wife, Laura, I believe, and daughter, Nicolina. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I just wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude to all of you for recognizing Agent Priest tonight. The resolution nicely summed up Agent Priest's service to this city of 27 years. And Agent Priest has, in fact, as the resolution noted, had a remarkable career filled with accomplishments. And unfortunately, the reality is some of those accomplishments, some may be forgotten. But what I can assure you is that the character of this man will not be forgotten. And I say that because, as noted, he is always, and I shared this with the department a few weeks ago when I arrived as the chief in 2018, Sasha Priest has always had a tireless work ethic, but it's his professionalism and the respect that he treats everyone he interacts with, which is a true testament to who he is. And unfortunately, very few members of this community will really realize the challenges that he has faced on a personal level over the last few years. But with that, because he's so humble and so committed to this community, he has continued to come, serve this community, and serve and help us navigate our department through some of the most challenging times. And that'll be something I'll never, ever forget. And as a chief, I'm just extremely grateful because without question, Sasha, you have deserved all of those accolades, that happy, long, healthy retirement. But I'm extremely happy that your wife, Lori, and your daughter, Nicola, can actually be here to share this with you. And I want to personally, once again, thank you for everything that you've done for this city, for our department, and for this community. It is extremely appreciated. And without question, your leadership will be missed, but it will definitely not be forgotten. So thank you very much. And with that, I'd actually like to invite Captain Wagner up to say a few words as well. Thank you again.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking this time to recognize Agent Priest. My name is Captain April Wagner. I wanted to take just a moment to recognize this distinguished police officer, Agent Sasha Priest, and reflect on his 27-year career here. I first met what was Officer Priest about 24 years ago. I was fresh from the police academy, and I was fortunate enough to have him as my first field training officer. If you don't know, that's the first time an officer comes out of an academy and gets thrown into the world of policing on the real streets, interacting with real people. So I mention this because Agent Priest has taught me some of the most important lessons of being a successful police officer, which despite this ever-changing profession, still hold very true today. Number one, there's only 5. Number one, respect the profession and your position in the city of Palo Alto. He taught me to show up every day prepared, ready to work, be professional in look and professional in demeanor. To wear this patch with pride and uphold the reputation of our excellent police department. Number 2, he taught me to embrace the lifelong learning of this profession, to be a student of the law, of policy and procedure, and to know what the law allows you to do, what your department wants you to do, and what your ethics demand that you do, and using my humble discretion wisely. Number 3, and perhaps one of the most important ones, was the respectful treatment of all persons. This is something that Agent Priest never, ever compromised on. The law gives us power to take away freedoms, enact our will upon law violators. But he taught me that you should never do this with superiority or officiousness. Always treat every person with respect, regardless of their position in life or circumstance. Treat them how you would want your loved one to be treated. Show patience when giving direction and allow time for voluntary compliance. And this is how this man worked every day. He taught me about work ethic and teamwork. Work hard every single day with a positive attitude. Don't leave any investigation unfinished because the victims deserve your full effort. Always offer to help your fellow officers. volunteer for the work that nobody wants to do, and don't clock out without offering to help anyone with work that still has to be done. And fifth and finally, he taught me the importance of family and life outside work. It is difficult to turn off being a police officer, but Agent Priest exemplified the importance of leaving the stress, the trauma, and the worries of work at work. He taught me the secret to a long, healthy career was being fully present and committed to your family, living a life of moral compass on and off duty. And the amazing thing is that you would think that, you would think that a person who taught me that so many years ago has he changed? Can this person be that great? And the truth is, yes, this person can be this great. And he exemplified all of those for his entire career. And he truly has. He's an amazing man. He not only taught me these lessons, but he taught dozens and dozens of officers these lessons. So although we're proudly sending him off to a much-deserved retirement, his legacy lives on in all of the people he served and all the people he taught and trained. He's proudly served this community, and the department is a better place for it. So I want to say thank you, Agent Priest.
And with that, I would love to give Agent Priest the opportunity to say some words. So, Sasha.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the entire council for allowing me this opportunity. Not a man of many words. My big thing has always been action. Let your work product do the talking for you. And that's kind of been successful for me for 27 years. I stand up here before you, and I explained to Chief Johnson in my last briefing, I can honestly tell and look you straight in the eye, for 27 years, I've treated the citizens of Palo Alto with respect, dignity, and professionalism. And I expected that from the people that I trained and that I worked with, that I supervised at all times. And it's been a complete honor to work for the city of Palo Alto. It's been an honor to work for Chief Johnson and allowing me to serve the citizens of Palo Alto. And with that, I end it with thank you. This has been a great career. I'm closing this chapter. This was a great city to work for. I truly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our next item is agenda changes, additions, or deletions, and I'm not aware of any. So we will move on to public comment on items that are not otherwise on the agenda. And do we have speakers who wish to address us? Just gonna see.
All right.
One second, Cash. I want to see how many we have. Sorry. Okay. All right. Welcome, Mr. Levy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm here this evening in my capacity as president of the Palo Alto Rotary Club. Over the Memorial Day weekend, the Palo Alto Rotary Club and the Palo Alto University Rotary Club sent representatives to the city of Bloomington, Indiana to advance the new sibling city relationship. In attendance was former mayor and current council member Tom Du Bois, former PAUSD board member Dana Tom, former PAUSD nurse Linda Lenoir, and I. Can we go to the next slide? Bloomington has 3 Rotary clubs. We began the visit with breakfast, then visited the Mill, a co-working entrepreneurship space. Next slide. We then met with the mayor, a city council member, the planning director, the sustainability and economic development director. After the meeting with city officials, we had lunch at Indiana University with various nonprofit leaders representing Bloomington downtown to several county services. Next slide. After the lunch, we visited with supplies for their classrooms for free. A noteworthy aspect of this service is that it is 100% volunteer led by Rotarians. They do not have any paid staff. It is large, organized, and a sound operation. They have certainly set the bar high for any Rotary club and community. Next slide. After the warehouse tour, we visited the Boys and Girls Club where we saw the Rotary Centennial Celebration Playground. Next slide. Finally, we visited the History Museum. It is a well-curated museum. A theme that we heard several times was that Bloomington was the home to the first and last color television made in the United States. The comment was always mentioned with a smile, so I don't know if that's true, but it was memorable. And I think you'll see the RCA display there. Our goal, can we go to the next slide? Our goal for the first visit was mainly contact with a little bit of context focused on shared community issues of economic development, housing, homelessness, and youth services, developing ideas for future service projects. The Palo Alto Rotary Club and the Palo Alto University Rotary Club will host the Bloomington Rotary delegation in November 2022 over the Veterans Day weekend. Our club looks forward to supporting the city to advance the sibling city goals of community and commerce. We brought back a very small gift for each of you, a little B-Town button that should be at your places, and some flyers from the History Museum. Thank you so much for the opportunity to let us share our experience.
Sorry. Our next speaker is Emily here in person. I don't see a last name. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, I'm Emily. Thank you for welcoming me to my first meeting tonight, Council. I am new to this, so I'm not sure how to address the maybe possible suggestion of something with increasing ordinance laws. I think it would be more appropriate to talk to someone separately about this, but I thought I would just bring it up with something that could be changed with that in the future, possibly.
Did you say the tree ordinance?
Noise ordinance.
Noise
If there's
ordinance.
going to be something in the future to address stricter rules or regulation on it, because it's a constant in my apartment building.
So feel free to speak up on it. We can't respond without an agendized item, but please feel free
Okay,
to speak.
I apologize. I'll be better prepared next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Winslow, to be followed by Mark Scholl. Welcome.
Welcome. I think it's great that Cash and Tom went to Bloomington, and I really applaud that effort. I wanted to, even though I was here on an item on consent, I wanted to just take a moment to quickly update you on a few items. I am president of Neighbors Abroad, and as such, we've been helping on the sibling city arrangement. But I wanted to speak about Ukraine for a moment. This has been, and a couple of other items on that Neighbors Abroad is working on, but Ukraine has been at our hearts recently. Our organization has raised approximately $120,000. So we have made a significant contribution to the lives of about 300 orphans. And I think what we're struggling with now is a little bit what the long-term plan is, what the next step is. And I just wanted you to know that we've been musing over the symbolism of creating a sister city in Ukraine. We've been musing over shifting and accommodating in our own mission the ability to provide ongoing support to the orphans. And I wanted to welcome your own thoughts on that, but it is an area that is quite central to the, if you would call it, the emotion and the heart of Neighbors Abroad. On August 27th, you'll hear a new term called the SibSys Festival. And I think this will be an event in conjunction with the work of the chambers. I think it's the Art and Wine Festival, but at King Plaza, we'll be creating an event to celebrate sibling and sister cities. We're anticipating the mayors of Bloomington coming out, and also the mayor of, or the president of Oaxaca coming up. So we'll have two delegations in town, and we hope to create festivities and excitement to honor their attendance, and at the same time unveil the updated sister city, sibling city sign. So that's the work there. Mayor Burt and Councilmember Stone. I see my son's calling me, which is probably not the best. Mayor Burt and Councilmember Stone joined us with the delegation of Enschede, and the visit of Enschede was overshadowed by the symbolism of the student essays called the Oberdorn essay contest, which spoke about Pastor Oberdorn and Enschede, and we awarded, and Pastor Oberdorn was a pastor that helped Jews avoid the horrors of the Holocaust. And it was an essay that spoke about social responsibility and speaks, oh, I see I'm at the red light, but I'll try and finish this up, spoke to the importance for our youth to understand social responsibility. And it was exciting to have a moment where you see the amazing things that our young people can do. And so we celebrated that. And I think as a group, both the mayor and Councilmember Stone were incredibly surprised with what brilliant children we have in our community that give us hope for the future.
Bob, we gotta be fair to everybody on that, on the time.
Yeah, so it's kind of like what we'd call a red light moment. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Scholl, to be followed by Rebecca Ward. Welcome.
Thank you. SFO has yet again turned exclusively to the SFO Roundtable, bypassing Palo Alto in obtaining community approval to proceed with its new GBAS landing system. This is in spite of the fact that while Palo Alto will be heavily impacted by GBAS, it touches only one Roundtable community, East Menlo Park, which frankly it burned as well. SFO's committed to gain community approval for GBAS, but in the end turned to its tried and true county-controlled Roundtable vehicle to support this major change outside of their boundary. Moreover, they did so based on assertions that it would not be noisier on average, which is true for its members. But the noise increase in the middle of Palo Alto is projected to be in the range of 7 to 8 decibels SEL. That's significant. I know that the city engaged a consultant on this, and I read their report. SFO referenced it, but I think it had zero impact because it was timid and out of step with the decision process. It avoided conclusions and took no position, which is exactly how SFO treated it. In contrast to our issues being ignored, FAA senior staff attended the last SFO Roundtable meeting and apologized to Santa Cruz residents yet again for not being able to move the Surfer arrival to the Big Sur ground track after 5 years of efforts, multiple tries, and thousands of hours. FOIA documents make clear that the FAA and airlines deemed this idea completely unflyable from the beginning, and yet it has stayed alive only due to congressional pressure. In particular, it was continuously and heavily championed by our congressional representative, whose senior staff for once was in attendance at the roundtable. There's a message here. Palo Alto's issues are being ignored, both by SFO and our congressional representative, and therefore by the FAA. Why? Because we allow it. Aircraft concentration, noise, and emission over Palo Alto are among the worst in the peninsula and growing. What the GBAS studies confirmed is that Surfer is hugely over energy, resulting in speed breaks and heavy flaps over us, and even the early deployment of landing gear. The temporary monitors showed that Palo Alto had the second highest number of noise events of all SFO community monitors. They also showed that up to 17% of planes were below the Class B altitude restrictions at SIDB in central Palo Alto, which is noisy and unsafe. Has SFO responded to this data? No, SFO has pulled the temporary monitors and is refusing permanent monitors because, quote, It would be a revenue diversion. Why? Because SFO includes only roundtable cities in their federal filings for noise abatement funds. And our congressperson continues to ignore us and cling to ideas that have long been shown unworkable or irrelevant. My question is, at what point will City Council and city staff take the growing aircraft noise and emissions issue over us seriously? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Ward, to be followed by Matt Schlegel. Welcome.
Thank you very much and good evening to everybody on the council. I want to dovetail on Mark's comments. It's important that you recognize and object to the SFO Roundtable's recent vote in support of the implementation of GBAS procedures over Palo Alto. These procedures are outside the bounds of their jurisdiction of San Mateo and San Francisco counties. The city cannot allow elected officials from other counties to determine what happens here. That is undemocratic. The roundtable understood, but still voted to support procedures that showed increased noise over Palo Alto, in some cases, as mentioned, up to 8 decibels. Just so everybody understands what that means, an increase of 3 to 5 decibels is noticeable. An increase of 5 decibel or greater is very noticeable and sounds twice as loud. This was explained to the roundtable. There is no commitment to put permanent noise monitoring in Palo Alto. There is no defined process to decommission these procedures. When asked, the SFO consultant working on GBAS did advise the members that they did not need to approve all the procedures. That is, they could have and should have removed the procedures over Palo Alto from their list of supported procedures. You need to officially ask them to do so. There has to be a point when this council stands up for our community. The roundtable actions demonstrably harm our community. We are inundated with flights, yet they block us from membership on SFO's official roundtable and then support procedures that increase noise in our community without our vote. Many in the community, maybe even members of the council, may think the aircraft noise and concentration is like this everywhere in the Bay Area. It is not. As the prior speaker noted, Palo Alto has the second highest number of noise events, second only to Foster City, which sits at the base of the runway. You need to take action. Concentrated aircraft noise and pollution has been shown to have serious health consequences. It also impacts children's ability to learn. It is way past time for this entire body to put resources in place to address the severe concentration. With that said, I would like to thank Vice Mayor Koo and Councilmember Stone for their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Schlegel, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
For several weeks now, I've been preparing short talks about the urgent need for all of us to stop burning fossil fuels to protect our children's futures. Writing these essays reminds me of when my kids attended Ohlone Elementary. They were fortunate to have council. She had her students, including my kids, write an essay every single day. Imagine that. I'm grateful for Janice's emphasis on writing. And I'm also grateful for Ohlane's culture. One remarkable point is that students make a pledge to the earth, ending with safe air, water, soil, and economic justice, equal rights, and peace for all. I'm grateful that our community instills these values in our children, and I appreciate how our community is embracing these values as we move forward with our Sustainability Climate Action Plan. Not only can we, the citizens of Palo Alto, create a community free of burning fossil fuels, not only can we, but we must. I cannot imagine a community more well-positioned to take the lead in freeing itself of fossil fuels. We have the values, we have the know-how, and heavens knows we have the money. One tech billionaire recently dropped over $1 billion on a sustainability school at Stanford. With just 1/10 of that, we could swap out nearly all the fossil fuel water heaters for efficient electric water heaters in Palo Alto homes. In fact, if Palo Alto doesn't take the lead and rid fossil fuels from our community, How can we expect any community anywhere to do it? We can do it, but if we don't, why would anybody else? We have the values, we have the know-how, and we have the money. Let's spend our money aligned with our values. Let's show other communities that it can be done. Let's set an example for the rest of our incredibly wealthy region. Speaking of essays, you may want to prepare an essay answering a question that your children and your grandchildren are certain to ask you. What did you do to stem global warming and the sixth mass extinction? Don't you want to be able to answer them this way? First, I eliminated fossil fuel use in my home in my daily life. Then I helped our family eliminate their fossil fuel usage. Using that experience and being in the fortunate position as a city leader, I helped our entire community eliminate fossil fuel usage. Our efforts spurred a region-wide movement that spread across the state, then the nation, and then the entire world. And that's what I did. Don't you want to be able to write that essay for your kids?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by our final speaker, Aram James. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, great. I think we can. Thank you for letting me talk. I will be there later, but I had so much to talk about. But first, I have to respond to some amazing statements made by the earlier speakers. First, most recently, I'd like to thank Mr. Schlegel for taking his time to come out all these meetings and remind you about the essential, urgent, more important than anything, need to protect our natural environment. And he didn't say as explicitly as I'm going to say right now, it is part of your job. Please do your job. Our future, our children's future, should not be able to be given away to the highest bidder, which is what is happening. I also would like to thank him for his pointing out our need to eliminate fossil fuels. Of course, what he hasn't pointed out is something I'm going to point out now. You know from your own studies that, 2/3 or 3/4 of all emissions in Palo Alto are caused by cars and other gas-powered, petroleum-powered vehicles. Stop building homes for cars. Stop building garages. Stop building, more and more spaces for cars to feel comfortable. Especially you're building far more homes for cars than you build for humans, I might add. But regardless, cars destroy our planet. Plus, nobody likes them. Nobody likes the traffic and the fuel and the impossible to park. Reinvest in electric shuttles and expand the program. Y'all, it is so easy to fix this problem. Make public transportation free, convenient, quality, and people won't need to drive as much, and our emissions will go down. Stop building underground garages made of concrete, like you may approve later tonight. What I won't talk about, Castellea. In all these ways. Oh, and I also want to point out to Emily, who you sent away, she felt sent away. This was the perfect time for her to state her opinions about the noise reduction. What you could have said is that she went up to talk now and it's not on the agenda. That means now is the opportunity. Now is the right time for her to have the right to speak. If she's still there, I hope that you will welcome her back up there. I am very interested in hearing what she has to say. Aren't you? Groundwater, and now I have 25 seconds for groundwater. That's what I wanted to talk about today. Groundwater, I don't know if you saw the article in the Wall Street Journal last week, but parts of California the groundwater has so much been eliminated that California is sinking, increasing climate change, harming our natural environment. Tonight and every night, you have opportunities to consider whether you're going to approve extreme amounts of groundwater digging. Please use your common sense and your ethics and morals, and please don't kill our earth. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Aram James. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. So tonight, June 6, 2022, I'm making a public records request for all documents related to the hiring or the contractual agreement between the city of Palo Alto, city manager Ed Chicada, related to the hiring of a contractor mentioned in a Daily Post article by Braden Cartwright back on the 25th of May by the name of a contractor by the name of Terry Black, who is being hired to assist in the secret hiring process for our next police chief that I object to strongly. And I think you may have seen, maybe not, the piece that it was published in the Post today that I wrote, asking you all to consider again, because of the anti-democratic and how we're going to reach racial equality and racial fairness in a city that's run by a guy like Ed Chicada that has allowed a police chief to run amok for the last 3 or 4 years. And I also want to say, I wrote a letter to the Post back on January 20th, 2021 on police radios, on encryption. And at that time, I congratulated the then Mayor Tom Du Bois and you, Mayor Burt, who were then the Vice Mayor, for quickly getting on top of and meeting with Joson and his cohort, Chicada, on your concerns about the encryption of the police radios. Now, all of a sudden, we find out on the vote of April 1, 2022, may have been based on a major misrepresentation by the police chief. And there's Chicada again blocking our democracy. Greer Stone, a hero on this First Amendment issue, says meets with the city manager and says, let's put it back on calendar. This is like an emergency. We're stopping our democracy. We're closing off radio transmission that's been there for 7 decades so the community and the press can listen in and be part of the conversation with what our police are doing. And Chicada, with a very lame excuse, says, oh, things are just way too busy for us to do that now, Mr. Stone. Maybe sometime in the future when everybody's forgotten about this issue, we'll put it back on. Tom, where are you? Mayor Burt, where are you? Where's the rest of the council on insisting that you run the show when it comes to preserving our democracy and put the issue back on calendar of whether or not it was mandatory for us to encrypt the radios? Or whether that was a false representation by our current police chief backed up by Ed Chicada. That's the least you can do to protect our press, to protect our democracy. And I appreciate your time very much this evening.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comments. Our next item is the consent calendar. And Councilmember Cormack.
I'd like to register a no vote on item 3, please.
Okay, and see no other comments. Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 4.
Okay, so do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on the consent calendar? Okay. Our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Bob Wenslow. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me speak. I guess I'm a little confused. I often am confused when I look at these consent decree, but one of the items, I just scrolled away to read the details. One of the items is about a Ventura plan. So after using, and of course, when it comes to consent items, there's rarely any reports to click to. At least right now, there isn't. So Perkins and Will is being paid more money. We don't know how much to prepare a North Ventura coordinated area plan. So did you just like scrap everything that the neighbor said and that everyone worked on so hard? I mean, I felt like you guys were getting really close. Is it because Sobrato has been, successfully lying, calling the fry space to be commercial when and Jonathan Late knows that it's actually zoned residential with exclusion simply for stores that maintain the same look and feel and usage as the original use, which was canning or something like fishery. I don't know what it was, but Fry's fell into a very narrow exclusion. Yet somehow the Sobrato Corporation has been just acting as if it's just the truth that he has some undisputed right to put commercial, office space there. In fact, this is so bad that I even heard almost all the members of the Planning Commission just state that as if that were the truth, and which is pretty upsetting. And even the Architectural Review Board. It's up to the City Council to enforce your own rules, including your own zoning. And there were a couple options that included a ton of housing. There were some disagreements about how much housing where. There were some really great options that had no commercial property, like no commercial office, which I think makes sense. And don't you have a 50,000 square foot annual limit on that? Do you enforce that? Anyway, I just can't imagine what the heck you're doing with that. Items that are grossly unfair to the public, such as Sobrato getting to do that land however he wants to, despite zoning, similar other billionaire-led wealthy companies like Castellea and others also getting around zoning laws. Like this is usually, it gets taken, the democracy gets taken out of the hands of the people. Give it back. Also, I don't know what the heck you're spending another $1 million on, but I have a question about that too. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Bob Winslow, to be followed by our final speaker, Cedric Pito de la Bouchedière.
My name is Bob Winslow. I'm speaking on the agenda item related to the use of or support of domestic recycling instead of international recycling. At one level, I've been told never talk past the close, and that it appears that it didn't get removed from consent means that it's poised to pass. However, I wanted to identify, number one, why this is at one level important to me, and that this is, again, an expression of Palo Alto's international relations, even though it's not to a sister city. The impact of our 60% of the materials that go into the blue bin being shipped overseas is in all likelihood not positive. Palo Alto is turning out now to be a national leader, which is where I like to see our city in this case on standing up for the proper disposition of our recyclable materials. While this is one major step forward, and I support the work of staff, in particular the work of Phil Boble, basically bringing in the participation of a number of our peninsula cities, including San Jose, so that we can look forward to working more effectively with green waste on this. That support is very good, but there's what I'd like to end up with, and two items that I think are we need to look forward to in the future. Still, all of our cardboard is going to be shipped overseas, and we really don't know the impact of cardboard in these communities. If you can imagine, cardboard gets blended up in machines made into pulp. It creates a really terrible wastewater, and we don't understand the disposition of the wastewater in these countries. The cardboard has enmeshed in it foils and plastics, and these foils and plastics also go into these communities. So I think that that we can't rest even though we're having our mixed paper and plastics being handled domestically. The cardboard is an open item. The other item that I think is important is that we really work harder to tell our community in our communication on curbside recycling what we're doing as a community on this topic. We tend to just, I don't know, I'll use the term greenwash, but we make everyone feel good about the blue bin. But I think it's really important that we segue more towards don't use it because we aren't that confident on the disposition of recycling. So thank you very much. And again, I applaud your approval of this measure. And it's nice to speak to you. Bye.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Cedric Pitot de la Borchaudière. Welcome.
Hello. Yes, thank you. I just wanted to speak briefly to support actually the item 6 for the NVCAP plan. My understanding is it's not actually asking for more money. It's just asking for an extension of time so that the consultant can continue to follow the council direction that was previously set following all of your many hearings. And part of that direction from council was general support of option 3 of the naturalization of Matadero Creek, which was naturalizing it to the greatest extent possible of the 3 options that were proposed through the NVCAP area. And so I really look forward to seeing the proposals and the plan of how to that staff will bring forward as to how to make this a reality and renaturalize that creek. And I'm hoping that the continued negotiations with Sobrato do not cause development to encroach upon that area where we could be expanding the creek passage. And I'm hoping also that we'll naturalize this section of creek and we'll say, hey, this is great. And in the future, we could naturalize within the channel the creek downstream of Alma down to the bay and get really a restored stream all the way up. So I would ask you to support item 6. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the council, entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar with council members Tanaka registering a no on 4 and Cormack on 3.
So moved.
Move consent.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Du Bois, second by Councilmember Cormack. And would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
5 through 11, and 6 to 1 on the other 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack, did you want to speak to your no vote on 3?
Yes, briefly, thank you. With the resumption of in-person city events and schools and courts having been in session for a long time, consistent with my vote last month, I believe that these conditions have ceased to exist.
And Councilmember Tanaka, you want to speak to your no vote on 4?
Yes, this is for about $707,000 worth of equipment. And it looks like it's coming back to us because the cost increased. And I think we need to hold the line. I think when we approve something, if it's more expensive than we approved, we should either delay the purchase so that we can make up for the extra charge, negotiate, rent equipment, share it, or do something. But I don't think it's right to go past the budget. I think we have to hold the line here, especially if you want to keep our budget in line. So, it's quite a bit of money here. So I hope we could do this in the future. Thanks.
Okay, that concludes our consent calendar. And so we will now move on to city manager comments. Mr. Shikata.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. If I could ask the city clerk for assistance with the PowerPoint slides. While we're making that transition, did want to just note on item number 6 with appreciation to Mr. De La Bougidière. Hope I got that close. Your description of the status of NVCAP was excellent, and also hope that we'll be able to provide an update on the outcome of the discussions with Sobrato soon. Next slide, please. All right, let me start off with our weekly update on pandemic-related items. Not big news this week, so simply updates on a variety of fronts, noting the CDC's approval of the use of boosters or recommendation for boosters to children between the ages of 5 and 11, as well as older children based on conditions as long as at least 4 months after first shot. Also, the availability of free masks. These are N95s available. This was referred to us via the county's public health department. Note the somewhat unusual webpage, direct.to/HHHB. So hopefully folks can take a look at that slide to make sure the syntax is perfect. Also note that additional COVID home tests are available from the federal government at covidtests.gov. And finally, that we continue to offer both testing options as well as notably a mobile vaccine options through Ravenswood Family Health Center and the Mayview Health Center as previously supported by the city of Palo Alto at the actually nearby the North Courthouse office of the Public Defender's Office. Next slide, please. Okay, just would like to note in recognition of tragic incidents occurring at schools around the nation. Understandably, we have received some interest locally to ensure that our city police department and the Palo Alto Unified School District are in ongoing communication. Would certainly like to reinforce that. Our police department has, in the wake of recent issues, increased issues nationwide, increased their visibility around Palo Alto schools, and are continuing to coordinate very closely with PAUSD staff. We do have protocols in place for both obviously response, but also communication with the PAUSD department, as well as other private schools around town. And then finally, would note that as a part of these ongoing discussions, our police department, as well as my office, will continue to coordinate with school district on any potential improvements related to campus safety. Next slide, please. All right, on brighter news, looking forward to calendar for the upcoming few weeks. First off, note just a couple of weekends away, we've got our Municipal Services Center open house. This will be on Saturday, June 18th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Do note an ice cream cone on our flyer there. So I believe, not stepping too far out here to say free ice cream. As the mayor likes to say, don't bury the lead. Free ice cream will be provided at the MSC open house. So please come on out. Great opportunity to look behind the scenes for folks you see around town on an ongoing basis, but to see their workshops and be able to share both the work that they do as well as potential opportunities for anyone interested in a career in our local public service. Next slide, please. Also looking further out on activities for the summer, our Twilight concert series is kicking off. First event will be on June 25th actually noting it's in conjunction with World Music Day, but I believe the series, well, I guess the series may be starting at noon, and we'll be continuing with a series of events in the upcoming weeks. We've got more information on these events at the city's webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/Twilight concerts. Next slide, please. It's a little stuck on noon and twilight. Couldn't get past that. So apologies for that. More details on the webpage. All right, then upcoming with our climate action work, I would note that our next meeting of the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan Ad Hoc Committee and working teams will be scheduled for, or is scheduled for June 14th at 8:30 a.m. Focused on residential building electrification. So this is a good opportunity to get caught up on much of the detailed work that our teams have been undertaking and updates on work to come. Next slide, please. Also, upcoming community engagement opportunity for those interested in the skating or skate park or particular options and potential projects at Greer Park. This is a referral previously from the City Council to the Parks and Recreation Commission. So staff is following up with additional opportunities for community members to be engaged in input on such a project. This meeting is scheduled for next Wednesday, June 15th, 6:30 p.m. This will be a Zoom meeting online. And so our staff member, Peter Jensen, is the point of contact for information and access to that meeting. Next slide, please. Then finally, noting that while our registration for summer camps opened a bit ago, we actually still have some capacity. So it's not too late to sign up for summer camps. And please go to the city webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/summer camps for information on camps with capacity. And I understand there are great opportunities for camps throughout the summer. Next slide, please. Then finally, would note upcoming council agendas. We do have a very busy council docket through the month of June. And noting here next week on June 13th, the City Council will take up next round of discussions of the potential business license tax and or utility transfer. And that will, also include results on the latest round of surveys, as well as utility rates that are considered as part of the proposed budget. Then the following week, the City Council will be meeting both on Monday as well as Tuesday. So the June 20th is scheduled, I believe at this point, to start at 4 p.m. and June 21st to start at 3 p.m. There are additional details yet to come, but I just wanted to note that it will be an early start for the City Council on both the 20th and 21st with consideration of the city's budget, as well as a number of budget-related items on the community development block grants, as well as a project review at 2850 West Bayshore. And also would note, this is a new item, potential item related to regulation of gun sale location within the city of Palo Alto. Then after the council's recess in the month of July, we'll come back in August with a study session related to airplane noise, as well as another study session related to fiber optics rollout. And with that, that concludes my comments. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. Excuse me. So we'll now move on to our first action item, which is adoption of an ordinance amending the Palo Alto Municipal Code, section 18.52.070, which is parking regulations for our commercial district, the assessment district therein, to continue a temporary ban on eligibility of commercial office uses above the ground floor to participate in downtown parking in lieu program and making clerical adjustments to the code. And so, Director Late, I guess you're going to kick this off. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. And good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation for you this evening. There isn't much more to add that wasn't already included in the staff report. I will note, just for context, that it was in 2019 where we established this ban in the first place at the same time that the City Council adopted some new ordinance language to provide opportunities for more housing downtown and elsewhere in the city. And the intent here was to sort of study the potential impact that in-lieu parking has, either to support or not support housing production in the downtown area. And over the intervening time since then, we've had a few things going on, and we really don't have a ton of data to really make any informed judgment on that. But we also have a couple of policy initiatives that are underway, including the housing element and a possible downtown housing plan that we discussed a couple of months ago. So based on that, the staff and Planning and Transportation Commission recommend that the City Council continue the ban for a little longer. And it's now before you for your consideration. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay. Why don't we go to members of the public next and then return to the council for discussion and action. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? We have none, so, pardon me?
Yes, we do have someone
Oh, I'm
online.
sorry.
1 second.
All right, our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by John Schenk, and we'll be closing off public comments momentarily. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me speak. And I first note for the record that I am speaking before Mr. A landlord, he says, and he also says he owns a large number of, if not most, he will correct me if I'm wrong, of the commercial office buildings in the downtown University Avenue area. So he is a landlord and not any of the tenants, except for the extent he has an office there. He's still a landlord. Anyway, I want to say, aren't you tired of dealing with the parking problem? Doesn't that start to make you crazy? Don't you hate harming the natural environment every time you dig out groundwater, replace it with concrete, which is toxic, and in fact, one of the largest producers of carbon monoxide into the air, accelerating our climate change to a point of no return, making it less and less likely that, to the extent we would have great grandkids, that they would have a planet to live on. Aren't you just tired of cars? Do you notice that many cities, such as Palo Alto, are actually designed around cars and not designed around human beings? I'm very tired of all those things. There is a well-known, proven method of taking away problems of traffic and parking and air pollution and destruction to our earth through carbon emissions, and that is called public transit. There was a time not so long ago that Palo Alto actually had a system of electric shuttles. Unfortunately, I sat here and watched you defund those, even though from an environmental point of view, that was a completely disastrous, wrong-headed thing to do, because every person who relied on those shuttles now is driving or being driven instead. Now, those shuttles were actually not nearly good enough. They didn't go enough places or run enough times, but for people who were able to use them, they used them and they relied on them, especially seniors and children. And you took this away from them, resulting in more cars on the road. Your life will be much easier and the lives of our community will be much more pleasant if you could reinvest in those electric shuttles, or maybe do what the other cities do and have the largest companies pay most of the tax instead of least of the tax, and use that money to invest in public shuttles. Please, everyone's life would be improved. Thank you.
And our next speaker is our final speaker, John Schenk. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I am John Shank of Thwaites Brothers. It's time to let the temporary ban expire. You've implemented growth caps to control commercial growth in the downtown already. This was implemented back when parking was a concern and studies were underway, et cetera. It's time to restart the Hamilton Waverly garage. Maybe a new design, a repurposable garage is more appropriate. Maybe a public-private project would be more successful and efficient. The ban is a reason we are not seeing upgrades and additions to our buildings. Projects are not being proposed as potential applicants are fully aware of the policy and its hindrances. During the strongest housing market in recent decades, we still don't see a single application for a housing development in the downtown. This in lieu policy has nothing to do with creating a market for housing development. The data that shows trends or looks for trends in development that's in the report, pre and post implementation of the policy, there's just no data. And the fact of the matter is there really isn't data to be gleaned, as the number of projects that happen in the downtown, even over a decade or more, are so minimal and unique that there's not going to be a trend that we're going to see. To infer that COVID was a deterrence to housing applications isn't accurate. As someone who would be an applicant, if there was a market and a viable project to be built, and given the housing values and such, it would have been a great time. But there are issues that hopefully get addressed in the housing element, but they don't have anything to do with this. This temporary ban has unintended consequences, which some are noted but not really highlighted in the staff report. And to me, the most important and significant one is the massive impact on transferable development rights, or TDRs. Originally, the public and council, the community came together with this concept of TDRs to incentivize and in a way partner with property owners to rehabilitate historic buildings and to upgrade them seismically to make them more safe. Two phenomenal objectives. But when we first did it, the TDRs, when they were used, didn't require additional parking to be built. They now require parking. And if you can't use in lieu and you're trying to use TDRs in a historic building or even a small building in the downtown where an underground garage doesn't make sense, it makes the TDRs worth less, period. Also, saying to the community that the only way to provide parking downtown for an above grade square foot is to build a wildly inefficient, environmentally insensitive, private underground garage versus collecting monies, as other communities have done, to very successfully build larger, far more efficient public garages that can benefit the entirety of the community and be repurposed, as other communities have done, should the demand for parking change in the future, because we don't use cars anymore. And those things can all be done.
Thank you.
But this ban just sends it's another strike against business, and it hurts retail because they don't see any growth in their shoppers.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that.
All right. That concludes our public comments on this item. We'll return to the council. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes, I have a question for staff. So thank you for the report. I guess my question is really, again, around this idea of housing versus office in the downtown. And so if we continued to not allow the in lieu fee for office, do you think, again, as part of the housing element, either allowing downtown housing to use city garages overnight or to pay an in lieu fee would help incentivize housing?
I believe that, combined with some possible adjustments to our development standards, would be things that we'd want to look at as part of the housing element.
Okay. So, the other part here was the seismic standards. And I guess we've said we got to revisit those at some point. And again, I think we've had incentives for a number of years. I think when we get back to that, we need to look at both incentives as well as requirements. So I think it's on your work plan, kind of way down the list, but hopefully we'll get to that.
You'll have an opportunity here in the next couple of weeks to decide.
Really? Okay. after the break or?
As part of the budget, we have a proposal for consultant funding to advance that project.
So again, I feel like that this ban on paying in lieu has at least leveled the playing field where offices had the opportunity to pay in lieu, but housing projects have not. And so, I look forward to seeing some of those programs in the housing element. The staff report talked about an option of making this permanent, and I was actually leaning in that direction. I think council can always reinstate an in lieu program. But I think it sends a strong message about kind of where we're thinking about for downtown. Don't see a huge difference between 3 years and permanent, and that council again could reinstate one whenever it wanted. So I'm curious what my colleagues think, but certainly support the extending it for 3 years. I think it'd be stronger if we just said it's permanent for now, and we'll revisit it after we complete the housing element and see what kind of projects we get.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. 2 questions. One, when was parking decoupled from the TDRs? Does staff know, and why? I wasn't quite able to understand that.
Yeah, some of your colleagues may have more of that history than I do. All I can say is that there was that provision that allowed for TDRs without parking. It did change, presumably because of concerns about how much development was occurring without providing parking. It was a very good incentive to get the seismic retrofit of those buildings. And so, I want to say it was perhaps sometime in the last, 7 or so years, I think, is when that policy may have changed. I think I had just gotten here when that policy had made that shift.
Okay. And then 3 years actually seemed like a long time to me. I can see in the staff report, it talks about, significant policy and design activity underway for downtown. And we have 3 or 4 or 5 different plans we're working on, I know. Wish they were all put together, but that's a topic for another day. Can you talk a little bit about why you're recommending a 3-year extension as opposed to, another 1 year or something along those lines?
Yeah, thank you for that. 1 year, if it were 1 year, we know that we'd be back and just extending it, without a whole lot of new information. And so just to alleviate a little bit of, there's not a ton of work involved in this, but it's one less thing that we have to do. 3 years was sort of corresponding with the housing element being done, sometime next year, and our first round of zoning code amendments likely also being done, which would inform our development standards for downtown, and we can further study how the in-lieu parking program would either help or support those efforts. But you're right. It could be something less. You could split it in, say, 18 months. That's an option as well. But I probably wouldn't go as short as a year.
Okay, thanks. I'll just say I think there's a very big difference between 3 years and permanent. And I think it's interesting to see the writing coming out about how commuting is changing, and the types of workers who are not coming as often into the office are probably some of the types of workers that we had here. So I'm not prepared to make a permanent decision on this tonight. 3 years, I think, will certainly be ample for us to get a better sense of who's coming back to work here and how many days they're going to come each week. So thanks so much.
All right. I don't see speakers with any other questions, so perhaps we can entertain a motion.
So I'll try it if that's all right.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, so I would make the motion that we permanently discontinue the eligibility of commercial office uses above the ground floor from participating in the existing downtown parking in lieu program.
I don't see a second. I will go ahead and move the staff recommendation, which is to and maybe the clerk has it there, to continue the temporary ban for 3 years. Well, I'll just say that I think as Director Late had stated that within the next 2 years, we'll be having substantive updates on both the housing element and the zoning code that will help frame this issue for us going forward. I think Councilmember Du Bois has raised the important question of how do we change our or refine our requirements and codes going forward that further incentivize housing over office. But I don't think we're at a point where we have determined what would be that right mix of actions. And so I think this enables the continuation of this current temporary ban to align with those next steps over the next 2 years. And Councilmember Cormack?
I spoke to it earlier. I'll just add that, the staff report, I think, is quite clear that, office is a valuable use to the community in the downtown area, and that the concurrent presence of the COVID-19 pandemic has really affected our ability to assess whether or not this is having the intended effect. So I think this delay, although it seems like a long period of time, is appropriate.
And Vice Mayor Koo.
Actually, I didn't hear Councilmember Du Bois's motion, and so I didn't really hear what he said, and it wasn't on the board. So I apologize, but I'd like to know what his motion was.
His motion was to continue the ban permanently.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, I'm a little divided on this. I'm actually somewhat tempted to second Councilmember Du Bois's motion, but I think 3 years dovetails well with the housing element process, and I think we'll have a little more clarity beyond that. I saw this less as when are people coming back to work relative to COVID, and more of what's our long-term plan for downtown relative to housing and office. And I also think that in general, we ought to be encouraging sort of car-centric commuting professional uses and commercial uses, or at least office uses. I think we ought to sort of be encouraging that to sort of, in the direction of the research park as opposed to downtown, which I see as more as a public transit served kind of thing. But I think 3 years is fine.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I don't think I could support this motion. I think 3 years is too long. I think we can know a lot sooner than that. If you look at our growth compared to other cities, it's been a lot less. And in terms of providing the revenue that our city needs, in terms of retail and services, we need the revenue. So I think we want to be supportive of this. Also, I think the idea of parking efficiency makes a lot more sense if people pull the money together to build a basement garage or parking structure. It makes a lot more sense than everyone doing their own. You don't have to spend as much money and space on building ramps. And then there's also think about the historic buildings that we're losing because of this. So and I think Councilmember Cormack said it well, which is work from home has changed things. It used to be that everyone used to go in the office every single day, but now a lot of people only go in 3 days a week. So I think this is maybe at the time it was okay, but now I don't think it makes sense.
Okay, I see no more speakers, so will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Vice Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. So that concludes item number 10. And we'll now move on to item number 11, which is a public hearing on the adoption of a resolution providing that the city will not levy assessments for the Downtown Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2023. And Mr. Shikata.
Yes, we've got Assistant Director David Ramberg here reporting for staff. David, don't know if you've got a presentation. If not, we can proceed to council's consideration.
Just a very brief couple of words here, Ed, if I may. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm David Ramberg with the Administrative Services Department. Council is asked to hold the formal public hearing and adopt a resolution for the suspension of the Downtown Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2023, which council preliminarily approved back on April 4th, pending tonight's public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. And before proceeding further on this item, I just want to make sure members of the public are aware that on item 12, which is a continuation of the Castellea School project, the public hearing has been closed and we continued the item just for discussion. So I want to make sure everybody understood that there wouldn't be an additional opportunity for a second set of public comments. Okay, so now let's go ahead and hear from members of the public who wish to speak on item number 11, the Downtown Business Improvement District. And it appears that we have no speakers. Oh, we do. Okay. Okay. We have one speaker at this time, Rebecca Eisenberg, will be closing public comments after she speaks. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for voting for continuing to let us call in from home, the majority of you. I really appreciate that. Okay, so as to this measure, if I understand it correctly, and it would have been nice to have had even a brief introduction about it earlier. So I may understand this incorrectly. But from what I understand is that due to perceived problems in the economy, no business at all is being assessed fees in order to improve the downtown business district. I wish you could say that's wrong. Well, I'm just going to say it's right. So here's the thing. Have any of you ever filled out a form or participated in something that you knew you couldn't afford to do? Say, for example, applying to college, or for example, applying for any sort of award or something that you knew your family could not afford. In that situation, which I guess you're all extremely unusually privileged if you've never been in that situation, but in that situation, those who cannot afford the fee or the fine or the charge for submitting, for gaining something, they would check a box saying, please consider me for like a waiver of fees. That is what I would say, the way that things are done in almost 100% of cases for this kind of thing. If their families cannot afford to pay for the $100 to apply for college, they then check a box. Please waive my application fee, as I cannot afford it. I don't get why you guys assume that a bad economy is bad for everyone. Because the truth is that why not just levy a fee, and then those who can't afford it, just ask for a waiver? What is wrong with that? Because while 99 to 95% of all Americans and small businesses have suffered in the pandemic, the wealthiest top 0.5%, and especially the top 0.1% have gone gangbusters. Billionaires as a sector have increased their wealth by trillions of dollars. It's all documented. So we have billionaires with the offices on University Ave. Let them pay their fee. let everyone else have a waiver. Thank you for considering.
Okay, we'll now close public comments and return to the council for discussion and a motion. Councilmember Philsett.
Move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Philsett, second by Councilmember Du Bois. Councilmember Philsett, would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, just briefly, I mean, as we've discussed it last time, this is really an issue for the university businesses to decide whether they want to assess themselves, and the city really acts as a facilitator. If they don't want to do it, I don't think we should try to make them do it. So that's what's going on.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I'll just repeat that for people who can't hear Councilmember Philsett. That basically the city collects the money, and if the businesses don't want to assess themselves, then I'll support what they'd like.
Okay, I see no other comments, so would the clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Coop,
Yes.
Councilmember Corback,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Philsett,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Aye.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So that concludes item number 11. Our next item is item number 12, the Castellea school project. We're a bit ahead of schedule. Colleagues, would you like to take our break at this time and then return in about 10 minutes and commence the Castellea project? Does that sound good? Okay, thanks. proceeding on item number 12, which is continuation of an item where we received public testimony on May 23rd and closed the public hearing. And the council is now going to continue its discussion and moving forward toward action. And I think most members of the public know that we've closed public comment, and so there won't be another opportunity to speak again tonight. So this really comes back to the council. There may be some questions that we would have for as follow-ups that through the chair for either the applicant or other members of the public. And even though they don't have an opportunity to speak themselves, we can redirect questions. And so who would like to go first with beginning the discussion? No takers. Well, I guess I should have turned also, okay, I see Councilmember Du Bois is there now, but I realized that staff was talking about the prospect of kind of at least setting up a framework for how we might address this. I don't know if that's something that staff decided they wanted to offer or not.
Actually, we did not follow up or follow through on that at this point. So we thought we'd certainly follow the lead of the council.
Very good. And Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I'll jump in, I guess, since nobody had their hands up. So I had one question. I just wondered if staff could talk a little bit about the question around the impact fees and the options council has there.
This is in regard to the ordinance. Is that correct? And
in the garage, I guess.
Right. So the way it is drafted presently, the below grade garage would be exempt gross floor area and therefore would not count toward the development impact fee calculation that the city would do when issuing a building permit. The city council has the option to exempt gross floor area for the purposes of the zoning code to allow this, to move forward, but also at the same time provide that the floor area associated with the garage count toward development impact fees, if that is your desire. So you have that option. That would have to be an affirmative action to make that happen for the project if it were to be acted on this evening.
Okay. And then I keep pondering the construction impacts, I guess. Could the council require a shorter timeline, or is it really something that would require Castellea, the applicant, to go back and look at options?
Right. So that was one of the council's motions items from last March, and the applicant had studied a couple of options, the one that was presented, and then two other options. And the one that shortens the schedule has the campus moving to an alternate location so that all of the construction activity can take place at that one time without also having to co-manage the school operations. This was presented to the Architectural Review Board and also the Planning and Transportation Commission. There was certainly a shared interest in wanting to have shorter review time. The applicant has not identified an alternative site where the school might go. And if it were to be in Palo Alto, we would want to study that as part of the environmental impact report. So at this point, I don't know if the applicant has had further conversation amongst themselves about an alternate site, but that would be perhaps through the chair, an area of exploration for the council.
Okay. So I've really been mulling this project over, and I'd really been hopeful we could find a way to adjust the project to be compatible with the neighborhood. That was a lot of the focus, I think, in the previous council meetings that we've had on this subject. And And again, I hope everybody appreciates that there's a lot of complexity in this project. We had issues with incorrect square footage, issues about the CUP that's been in effect. The community meetings don't really seem to be that effective. And then, it was really an exercise to stretch our ordinances to try to make the required findings. And, it seems like denying the project may be the way to go. But even in this last update that came to council, we still have these issues around the TDM, event enforcement, enrollment triggers, the garage size, these impact fees, and again, the length of the construction. We brought it up at the last meeting a couple of weeks ago about the possibility of maybe entering on Bryant, exiting on Embarcadero. I think it seems maybe it's a little late in the process to go back on, look at that. So on balance, I really like to see, find a way that we can make this work with the school and the neighborhood and make sure that we're mitigating these impacts before proceeding with additional increases. One of the things that struck me that I didn't really get to talk about 2 weeks ago is that in a lot of ways, Castleton is a gated community. And when you look at a lot of the other private schools in the area, they have open campuses. And I think having that open campus really lets the neighborhood connect a bit more with the school and enjoy the landscaping in the evening when classes are over, perhaps use the fields on weekends, that kind of thing. So, I think we're going to have a good discussion tonight. I just want to share with my colleagues kind of where I am and like to hear where they are. But, I'm leaning towards approving the project, but really trying to address, I think, some of the major concerns. One of the questions, again, is, is there an option to have the shorter construction time? Where I am would be to stay at the current enrollment until construction's completed, and then go to 450. But if the students were moved off site, I think they could go to 450 immediately. I really wanted to introduce this idea of a citizen oversight committee. In the current report, there's talk of a TDM committee, and it really wasn't clear exactly what that committee would do. But I think maybe a way to think about it would be to have a citizen oversight committee that would review the TDM reports, any impacts from events, and actually plan the twice annual community meetings with the school. And that committee would potentially make recommendations to the planning director, who would ultimately make the decision on changes to enrollment and to TDM and even to events. I'm leaning towards starting with the 50 events plus 5 large events. And again, I think this oversight committee, if things are working well, could increase those events over time. I think alternative E meets what the council asked for in the previous 3 meetings that we went into depth on the garage. And I think the biggest issue here is the TDM. And, what I would propose, I think there's a bunch of concerns, a bunch of ideas, is that we would approve the project and then have the detailed TDM plan come back to council, hopefully in 6 months but before there was an occupancy permit, we'd have to finalize that TDM and see how we could incorporate some of the concerns about parking on other neighborhood streets or drop-offs in other places and where they're permitted, satellite parking, student driving, all those kinds of issues that have been discussed. And ultimately, I would say let's start at whatever the current enrollment is, allow a maximum of 540, make the variance and ER findings. I'm definitely in favor of making the allowance for underground garages for 6-acre sites or larger in residential neighborhoods. I don't think we want to do a lot of this kind of project. And I also in favor of stating a maximum enrollment as, what's the phrase? Yeah, I guess a record land use action, which again, a future council could override, but I think it would make it very clear that this council's intention was that 540 would be the upper limit. So I'll stop there. Thanks for letting me go over.
I'll go ahead and ask a couple of questions related to the TDM program. When I've gone through the council packet, there were two things that were in the March 29th, 2021 motion. They're A2, having to do with considering some condition that would stipulate a certain percentage of the student population within bicycle distance, and that would yet to be defined. And the other was a potential prohibition of driving by juniors. Some high schools, private high schools even, I believe, prohibit driving by students, period. I'll start with those two, and then I've got some other stuff. Director Late.
So yes, I do think that those are components that the council could take into consideration this evening, and maybe even have a dialogue amongst yourselves and about that. I think that I think there's the opportunity to impose some conditions to address the council's interest in that regard.
And then the other issue is, as we've really looked at the whole issue of trip generation. At last meeting, we had a fair amount of discussion on wanting to make sure that the trips that are counted are not merely those who the cars go on to the campus. And we've seen and heard quite a bit of anecdotal information that to some degree, and perhaps a significant degree, there's a lot of drop-off nearby, or even parking within the neighborhoods and then walking to campus. And that undermines the intent of the whole TDM program and restriction of on parking as well. And so then a real question is how might some restriction on that be administered? And the more I've thought about it, I think this is the sort of thing that the primary administration could be through the school. They have conditions that they set for students on a variety of things. These are students who are very conscientious about their records, and abiding by school policy. I think would be something that the school could reasonably enforce. The students have uniforms; they're really readily identifiable. That's frankly how neighbors have observed these kinds of practices of drop-offs in the past. And then, if there were complaints, the city could investigate a given location or whatever. But I don't think the city would have to have ongoing monitoring of them by themselves, but instead this would be an obligation of the school to administer, and the city could then respond on a complaint basis. So first, I guess, to Director Late, is that an approach that you think is feasible? And then I think I'd like to ask the applicant for a response to that.
Yes, I think that particularly the part where the applicant would have some ownership and responsibility over that sort of monitoring and reporting would be critical, at least from a staff resource component. I also think along those lines, and then the council can decide how far you want to go on this, some statement of expectation of where students would park. I think with enrollment being what it is, the TDM plan having precise numbers about ADD, average daily trips, and annual, AM peak trips, combined with a possible, limitation on juniors arriving, you begin to get to a place where some of these intrusions into the residential neighborhood might be mitigated. So a statement of expectation would be helpful. We've discussed, I think last time, about the public streets and how far we can go on that regard, but perhaps the applicant would also be willing to consider some restrictions incorporated into the CUP along those lines as well.
Well, I know that the applicant has asserted that nearly all of their students from outside the area are not driving to school. So in one sense, this shouldn't be any significant inconvenience. I frankly think that with bicycles, and particularly e-bicycles, there's no reason that a student within 5 miles or so shouldn't be able to readily bike to school. So I'd like to ask Ms. Kaufman for any response to this, or someone else from the applicant response to this concept.
I'm Kathy Landecker, the Associate Head of School at Castellia. Thank you for deciding on this tonight. We are very amenable to monitoring our neighborhood and looking for some of the things that you talked about, particularly the drop off of students not on campus, but potentially, a couple blocks from the school. And I think that, there are places that we can imagine that is most likely to happen, and we would focus on those areas. We also, under the current conditions of approval, are required to monitor the parking in the neighborhood every day. And that's something that we are, again, very committed to doing. We really want to be a good neighbor. The other thing that I would comment on is that, we do have a parent-student handbook. And in that handbook, we have a lot of our rules around TDM. And we certainly, as part of this new TDM plan that we will share with the Director of Planning, the City Council, whoever it's determined we should share it with, we can have some very strict language and strict consequences in that handbook. And as you pointed out, we have very motivated students who want to be in good standing with the school. So I'll leave it at that, unless you have a follow-up question.
Thank you. That's
Okay.
great for now. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So right through the chair, if I may ask some questions of the applicant as well.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So don't know who'd like to answer my first question. Well, actually, let me follow up on the last point that you made regarding the student handbook. What is that information simply presented in the handbook, kind of passively requiring students and parents to read that on their own, or is there some sort of process, some sort of orientation in the beginning of the year where that's really gone through and is that understood by students?
Good evening. Yes, our student handbook is reviewed by every student and every family, and they actually sign an agreement that they have read it and that they will abide by it. And they sign that every year.
Okay, but there's no kind of.
Well, there's consequences for sure. Yes.
And can you discuss those consequences?
That you start usually by limiting certain experiences on campus, and ultimately you would be asked not to be renewed at the school. I mean, if you violate rules in the student handbook.
Okay.
I mean, and we can create any kind of conditions in the handbook that we want to, and we'd be amenable to figuring out, exactly what those would be. I will tell you that the students are focused on carpooling. I think there are some of them who really are not living near public transportation, like some students from San Jose, I would say.
depending on where they are in San Jose. But many of our students either take the train or take one of our shuttles. But then there are some who don't, have access to those.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful understanding the handbook a little better. I mean, I that's a good start. I also recognize as someone who, I hand out a class syllabus at the start of every semester, and I cannot tell you how many students will say at some point in the semester, didn't you read my syllabus at the end of the year? You were required to get a parent signature, and they go, oh, yeah, I don't remember that. So that's, I think, just kind of a reality of it, but helpful to know there are consequences in place. And so another question then for you, what is the enrollment? Do you have an enrollment do you have the enrollment number for next school year already?
Yes, for next school year, currently our enrollment is at 416.
Great, thank you. And one more question. Have you had a chance to identify any alternative sites for a temporary campus during construction?
So over the past 5 years, we've actually looked at 2 different sites. We looked at the Brentwood School when that came up. And then we also looked at a school, I think, in Hillsborough, Burlingame. The problem was that when those sites were available, we were not yet in a position to enter into an agreement because we didn't know our timeline for construction. So we have realtors who make us aware when properties become available.
Okay, so there's interest, and I just kind of following up on a point I brought up at the last meeting, and Councilmember Du Bois discussed it a little bit in his comments, this idea of trying to find an incentive system for the school to, if you were able to move off campus during that construction, be able to have a greater enrollment during that increase. Is that a condition that interests the school and something that you think is doable?
We pursued it twice. We were excited about both locations, and they were not in Palo Alto, which would have meant, a change in patterns for a lot of our families. But we definitely saw it as a better alternative than staying on campus and having a longer period of construction. So I can't predict what the realty market is going to be. That's a little bit of the issue for us right now, but we are completely open to it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I see I'm running out of time, so I'll hold off on comments till next round.
Okay, who would like to go next? Anyone? No questions or comments? Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I guess I'll just like to share a comment. So, usually when we review projects, we go to great lengths to make sure projects are fully parked. In fact, if they don't, we penalize them, and there's all these kind of issues going on. But what's really interesting with this project is we're limiting it, right? And so to me, it's kind of odd because what we should be doing is allowing them to fully park the product, and that way there's less impacts on the neighborhoods. And I think what we're doing here is we're creating disincentives to actually create additional underground parking spaces by counting the space as FAR. So from my perspective, I think that what we want to see is this project to have as few impacts as possible, measure what the impacts are, and if there are impacts, then we take corrective action. And it seems like that's what the staff recommendation was. So, so one thing I was just thinking about, and I don't know, Mayor, whether you're open to it, but I think in terms of at least recommendation 1, at least from what I've heard from my colleagues, it seems that certifying the project's EIR at least might be something that most of us are willing to do. But I don't know whether you want to take motions now or not.
Yeah, I don't see a reason why we couldn't separate the EIR approval and go forward with that.
Okay, so I'd like to make the motion to adopt a resolution certifying the subject property's environmental impact report.
Second.
Okay, do you want to speak further to your motion?
Not right now.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
No, I spoke to it 2 weeks ago.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak to this item? Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, well, so I had some questions and possible clarifications, I guess, on the EIR. I guess there's mitigation for noise construction, and I can't remember which project it was. We had a project come to us where we said they couldn't use pile drivers, I guess, which are incredibly loud. This one didn't seem that specific. So, you know, would pile drivers be allowed on this project?
So I'll take a look at the documents here, but in the meantime, let me ask our environmental consultant, Catherine Waugh, to see if she's got that readily available. Meanwhile, I will also look.
Yeah, I think it's like packet page 233, policy N611. It just says limiting noise from construction equipment, but it's not very specific.
Yeah, hi, good evening. This is Catherine Waugh. I'm the Senior Project Manager with DUDEC. Excuse me, I was just eating some crackers. And we're the city's environmental consultant. I'll have to look back at the assumptions that were used in the noise analysis regarding construction equipment. But if you give me just a couple of minutes, I can look that up.
Okay. And then another thing we've done in the past is we've encouraged the use of secant walls if they do hit groundwater. And again, there really wasn't much discussion about that.
Yes, that could be a condition that's imposed.
So it'd be a modification to
it wouldn't require modification to the environmental document. It could be a condition of approval. But again, I think Ms. Waugh may have some more data on that.
Okay.
Yes, that one I do remember specifically that the geotechnical reports that were prepared for the project site discussed that if a secant wall, you know, it should meet these different design criteria, and the mitigation measure requires additional review of the detailed construction plans and development of those types of detailed construction documents to demonstrate whether a secant wall is necessary, and if so, you know, what the specific engineering standards should be to make sure that it's appropriate to the site.
Okay. And then again, I think it belongs with the EIR. I think was some concern about noise like coming out of the parking garage. Is there any detail, like would there be a buzzer that goes off every time a car pulls out?
I believe at one of the either in front of the city council or the planning commission, it was discussed that a buzzer would be used. But those buzzers would need to meet the city's noise ordinance in terms of the maximum level of noise that's observable from adjacent residential properties.
Like, could we specify that no buzzer be used? That it be lights or something else?
Yes, we could. I mean, the point is safety and alerting pedestrians of cars coming out of the garage. And so I think if, we could draft a condition subject to the approval of probably you'd want to get the chief transportation official and the planning director as reviewing that installation or helping to identify how we would do that in a way that would not be disruptive to the neighborhood.
Yeah, again, it seems like there's a concentration there in Emerson. And
Could I add that the buzzer can be placed at different locations along the ramp to ensure that that noise level, excuse me, is audible for the pedestrians and for the drivers, but less audible when you're a little bit further from that point where it's located. So there are a lot of different ways to engineer and place a buzzer to make sure that it avoids impacts to the neighbors, but retains the safety.
You could just imagine living directly across the street and hearing that thing go off 50 times a day. And then the last one, hang on one second. I guess the other question I have, isn't really the TDM part of the EIR mitigation? So if we approve the EIR right now, we can still make proposals around the TDM.
Yeah, the TD. So I'll say that the TDM that was included in your packet is largely what we had in mind as a TDM plan for the project, understanding that it may get modified based on the council's direction. And the TDM is more restrictive than the EIR. And so when we're more restrictive because of our local findings that we're trying to meet, that will not negatively impact the council's action on the environmental impact report. You can be more stringent than the EIR.
Yep. So again, I'm okay approving the EIR as long as we can maybe address some of these things in the conditions of approval as we go on tonight.
And Mayor, if I may, if Councilmember Du Bois is done. I just, before the council takes a vote on the environmental impact report, I'd like to ask Mr. Yang just a question procedurally. If the city council is considering a condition that requires an offsite school to reduce the amount of construction time, I just want to make sure that we're okay on the CEQA side of that. So if Mr. Yang could help respond to that question.
Yeah, I'll need to take a closer look at the EIR, but I think it would probably be covered, the project's impacts, within our jurisdiction would be the same or less than what's discussed in the EIR. And it's possible, I think there's no real way of our knowing what the potential impacts, at a different location would be, because we don't have any idea what that location could be right now. So I think we've done the amount of analysis that we can feasibly do.
Okay. Vice Mayor Koo, you want to speak to the EIR?
Yes, I do. Actually, before going into further discussion and knowing more about the project and what are we going to move forward with, I really don't think it's a good idea to be approving to take this and separate out of the rest of the motion. It's an environmental impact report that we should work together with the rest of the directives that we're going to be giving. So I really do not support segmenting or separating this from the rest of the motion.
I guess I'd like to follow up and ask staff for a clarification on that concern. My understanding is that environmental impact reports really stand or fail on their own merits, and they're a separate decision from project approval, that the environmental impact report must have fully and adequately evaluated the impacts and look for mitigations that could occur. Can you provide some kind of context for the relationship between the EIR approval and the project consideration?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That's correct. The environmental impact report is intended to consider the impacts or potential impacts of a project to the environment, and in this instance, the areas that we've studied in I believe almost every instance, the conditions that we're imposing as either conditions or through the mitigation measures would reduce impacts to a level of insignificance from that standard that was evaluated in the environmental impact report. It is not uncommon for jurisdictions to certify an environmental impact report and then continue a hearing and further deliberate on an item, even having continued public hearings. The EIR is simply a disclosure document identifying the potential range of impacts that can be anticipated. And as long as the project that gets approved or conditionally approved does not go beyond the bounds of that environmental analysis, then there would be no concern from a staff level of taking action on the EIR tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Didn't we approve the EIR for the downtown garage and then not go forward with the project?
That is, well, I know you approved the EIR.
Yeah, we did that just a few
Yes,
years
you
ago.
certified the EIR in that case.
Yeah.
It's quite possible to certify the EIR and deny a project.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just want to ask the planning director, when I listened and read the minutes from the planning commission, I had some of the commissioners mention that they thought this was like the gold standard of EIRs, but what's your opinion in terms of, in terms of robustness, comprehensive nature of this EIR in your experience and looking at other EIRs?
Thank you, council member. I would like to think that all of the documents that come out of our department represents the gold standard for environmental review. I will say that this one has had benefit may not be the right word, but the benefit of a number of years for refinement and adjustment. And so I think we've done a fairly decent job of anticipating the environmental impacts. So I'd say it's a pretty solid document.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. I have another question. So the EIR contains the mitigations, right? Now, if we approve the EIR now, then as we go along and we try to make changes, does that limit the feasibility of changing a condition for one of the items that we might come up with?
No, you're correct. It does not. The EIR is being approved with the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and so that's a true statement. And then, but that also does not mean that the city council is precluded from imposing stricter standards that were not either contemplated in the EIR or that was contemplated but coming in at a lower threshold. And for example, the conditions of approval related to average daily trips and AM peak trips is a lower standard is a lower number than was contemplated in the environmental impact report. The conditions are more restrictive than the environmental impact report. So I don't foresee a scenario where the city council is going to take an action that is more lenient than the analysis contained in the environmental impact report. So I think you've got sufficient room to impose the conditions that you think are appropriate based on the findings and the site characteristics associated with this project.
So it's not going to limit us, is basically.
No, short answer, I don't believe taking action on the environmental impact report is going to limit your responses with just the note that Mr. Yang had provided in the record about alternative sites.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Late, I appreciate you answered my question there. I was just concerned that we wouldn't be able to tack on more restrictive TDM measures after passing that. So, I mean, with that being understood, I think I'm prepared to support the EIR. I do think this is, I know we're all exhausted from this long process on all sides, and that makes perfect sense. But it is a testament to the process has achieved a better project and a more superior project environmentally. I was glad to see that those three significant and unavoidable impacts from the draft EIR have been addressed. So I compliment the applicant for revising the project and just kind of appreciate everybody's advocacy on both sides to make it a better one. So I appreciate it.
Councilmember Filsath.
Well, I'm not exhausted. I can keep going for years. Actually, we're talking about the EIR, right? So let me pass on that. I want to.
Okay. I see no other lights on this motion, which is to adopt a resolution certifying the subject project's environmental impact report, attachment B. So would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsath,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo,
No.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. So Councilmember Phil Seth.
Thanks. Yeah, just briefly here, I generally want to identify myself with Councilmember Du Bois's comments. I believe that the traffic impact and so forth can be mitigated. I think there's a lot of unknowns yet to be determined on how that exactly looks, but I think it's within the bounds of reason that it can be made to work. How exactly we stage the expansion to 415 to 450, potentially above that, or I think remains to be seen. But let me ask a couple questions first of staff. So if somebody builds an office building out in the research park and they dig an underground garage, do we assess development impact fees based on the square footage of the underground garage?
It's based on gross floor area, and if that floor area counts and is not otherwise exempted, it would count toward impact fees.
Okay, if somebody builds an office building out in the middle of the research park and they dig an underground garage, does the floor area of the underground garage count towards the floor area of the building?
I just need to look at this. I don't want to give an off the cuff response.
I think Mr. Yang had a response.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it does not.
It does not. Okay. In my mind on that one, we should consider what overall city policy is. And if we should revisit city policy, then we should revisit it. But in my mind, the context is important. We shouldn't be making these decisions one project at a time. Right. And then the other thing I was going to comment on was on the question about the buzzer. Right. Presumably a lot of cars will go in and out of the garage at sort of in a concentrated amount of time in the morning. I live right next door to a very large PC apartment building, and their driveway is 20 feet from my driveway, and our street is relatively quiet, not the quietest, but relatively quiet. And they don't have a buzzer on their garage door. So I'd love to see a way that maybe that wasn't something that the neighbors could hear every time somebody drives in and out at 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Students that would represent the highest enrollment ever at the school. And I think we all need to recognize this is a very aggressive TDM. The school has done a great job under the current TDM, but this would require even more. And so I think, again, what we're hearing is some uncertainty about whether it can be achieved or not. And again, I think a lot of the discussion at the previous meeting were really questions around that. And so, as I kind of stated in the first round, I think potentially if we can get to approval of the project tonight, but then come back with more details on this TDM, I think that'll give a lot of comfort. I do have a couple of questions for the applicant. If one of you could come to the microphone, I have like 3 quick questions. One of them was around, again, what I think I heard earlier. It sounds like you would accept a condition that basically the school would park in the garage and the parking lots and on the street faces adjacent to the school.
Yes, absolutely. That was always our intention in planning for having the underground garage.
And what do you think about this condition that was brought up about juniors not driving? Would you accept that as well?
I would hate to think about a rule that would exclude a student who had a unique circumstance. So I would hope that maybe we could have something where there's some sort of a condition where a student, we've had a student who was coming to us from Santa Cruz. So there are some situations. So I think that we would want to have maybe some sort of a system where we had, I don't know, 3 exemptions per grade or something that would give us
Or just say generally.
a little bit of ability to accommodate a unique situation.
Okay. And then I think it was, you mentioned the understanding about monitoring kind of parking in the neighborhood on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
Do you envision basically hiring a TDM company that would help with traffic flow and would do that monitoring, or how do you see accomplishing that?
We do hire traffic companies when we have events. So I don't think that we've developed an answer yet for that. I know that we do have a plan to have a full-time compliance person who will oversee our compliance, something that we don't currently have, but we know that we're going to, it's going to be complicated and there needs to be, someone really owning that responsibility. So we would have to come up with a plan for how we do that. Currently, we use our own employees to do the monitoring.
Yeah.
On the daily basis is our.
So there'd be the monitoring, there'd be, again, just ensuring proper flow on kind of drop off, pick up,
Mhm.
and then compiling these TDM reports.
Yes.
And again, I guess as a condition of approval, if we said that, you basically had to hire an outside firm or person to do that, I guess, would that be an issue?
Well, our budget is based on our enrollment. So I think that if this allows us to have more students to be able to do this kind of control over parking in the neighborhood, then yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more quick comments. Again, I think clearly there was a mistake made in terms some point in the past, and when the gym and art center were built, that it was permitted in excess of the standards at the time. That was a CUP with no variance, but so it's really made this variance exceptionally large, 58% larger than allowed. But again, given the kind of history of the school and the uniqueness, I see this as something that would apply kind of only to this property, actually. I do think the garage is really a necessary component of the growth. And again, I think excluding it from ground floor area is okay, but I think we should consider assessing impact fees. And I brought up the other conditions I was concerned about, the exceptionally loud construction equipment, secant walls, and again, it may seem like a small thing, but this noise in the garage. So I'd like to go ahead and try to make a motion that kind of incorporates all of this. I did email it to Leslie a minute ago, and so it's a little bit long, but if you guys could bear with me. So the beginning of it seems like it got cut off. So the first part, let me just double check. Yeah, the first part was to incorporate the staff motion to approve the project, certify the EIR, which we've already done, approve the CUP, approve the variance, approve the parking adjustment, approve the ARB findings, subject to the following conditions and modifications. So one would be to adopt the text amendment C1, which allows the underground parking garage for parcels of 6 acres or greater, to direct staff to amend the ordinance to allow that square footage not to count for gross floor area, but it would count for impact fees. On construction, to maintain the current enrollment at 416 until construction is completed, then go to 450. But if they were able to move off site during construction, then they could go to 450 immediately. To establish this 3-person oversight committee instead of the TDM committee that would be appointed by council, and they would review the TDM reports, events, noise complaints, organize this twice annual community meeting with the school, make recommendations, would only make recommendations to the planning director. And the scope would be very limited. really around whether Castellia has met their commitments. And the planning director ultimately would decide on changes to events, enrollment, and TDM changes. We would authorize 50 events, 5 major events, and the citizen committee could recommend adjusting that number up if the school manages those events well. That we would go with alternative E for the garage, and that staff would draft a detailed TDM in return for a public session with council, ideally within 6 months. That item could be on consent, and as a condition of approval, they would agree to use the parking. They would specify requirements for satellite parking. I'm open to having some exceptions here, but mostly no juniors would drive to school, and that there would be a company or consultant hired to kind of monitor off-street parking, and that the applicant wouldn't be included in any potential future RPP. And then in terms of conditions of approval, again, the 3 things I'd mentioned before. And then number 9, I also mentioned in my first round that we would record a land use action. So I know it's a long motion. This is a complicated issue, and I tried to incorporate everything we've been discussing.
Do we have a second to the motion?
I will second it.
Okay. Councilmember Du Bois, did you want to speak further to your motion?
I've tried to speak to most of these points. I tried to confirm with Castellia that they would accept some of the specific things here. And again, I think it's a good combination of trying to be flexible and allow adjustments in the future, but addressing some of these concerns that have really caused this project to take so long to cover. So,
Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah. There's a couple things in here I'm not entirely sure I agree with, but overall, I think this is sort of converging on the place that we're going to. I mean, the choice in front of us is, do we approve something or not? Okay. And I think if somebody came to us and said, I just acquired, this many acres in the middle of Old Palo Alto, and I'd like to put up a school there, we would probably turn it down, right? But the reality is that's not the situation we hear. Castellia has been in the community for a century or more. And there's a lot of people in town that use it and like it. And we are an education town and not just a public education town. And so, I think if we're not going to reject it, then the solution needs to be kind of in the space that we're talking about here, right? And I think including the, I mean, this is the adjustments to this, I think, are going to be somewhat low level, including the gross floor area of the garage. Well, I think we should be consistent in how we do that, across town, as opposed to, I mean, we can find reasons to be different here, but I think we should try to be consistent across town. I think that this kind of strikes the right balance on the enrollment. I think until we have more clarity on exactly how the TDM is going to work, I would hate to start I think we're right not to start the clockwork that rolls it up to 540. But I think if everything else works right, I think that's not an unreasonable thing to do, an unreasonable limit on it. And so I believe they need the garage. Right? So yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the TDM, and also to some extent the noise from events and so forth. And I think a citizen coordinating committee is that sort of makes recommendations to the planning director on this is a reasonable thing to do too.
Oh, and before Councilmember Stone, could the clerk scroll it? Maybe we can just, there, that's good, just so that we can see the last part. Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Well, let me add one more thing to that, which is the issue of, in terms of kids driving to school and so forth. I'm sensitive to the argument that I think Castellia has the ability to control that and sort of a limited number of exemptions, and they figure out how they're going to do the exemptions and so forth is not unreasonable.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the maker and the seconder. Now, this is such a complex issue that has really divided the community and has been going on for a very long time. And I agree with how Councilmember Philseth kind of put the framed the issue here. And I do think this finds a way to be able to strike what I think a while ago seemed to be an impossible task of being able to find some sort of compromise in order to be able to allow a venerable educational institution that is truly known around the country as being a place that I do want to just say I've had the opportunity to speak with many Castellia students. Just over this past weekend, I met with a few climate activists from Castellia, as well as a couple of our public schools, and they never disappoint in just their intelligence, as well as just being very, very good people, and very polite. And so I've always really appreciated that. And so finding the balance in order to be able to provide that education while also recognizing a breakdown of trust that has happened across the community in this issue. And I don't think tonight I don't think it's right or helpful for this discussion to point blame or to dig back into those old wounds. There has been a breakdown in trust, and I think both sides recognize that. And so I think this motion allows that trust to hopefully be rebuilt. I really like the idea of this 3-person citizen oversight committee. I think that's going to allow Castellia to ultimately get to 540. But will provide neighbors and residents the ability to have a seat at the table, to be able to have a voice, and actually to be able to have some power to work with the city on being able to provide that feedback. Because I think we had some comments at our last meeting. I think the mayor talked about this well regarding TDMs, their plans. There's no certainty, and yes, this is an incredibly robust TDM, and I'm looking forward to. I'm glad 7 in the motion asks for it to come back. But at the end of the day, it's a plan. There's no guarantees, and I think this allows us to be able to be a little more prudent moving forward, to make sure that this TDM is working in order to have that enrollment increase. So I do think we will get to 540. I wouldn't be surprised if it's much longer past the estimate that the school did provide at the last meeting. So I appreciated that part of the motion. 5 in the motion. I spoke to that last time. I mean, according to the school's own detailed matrix, I think there's only, if I can find my notes here on that, there's only 38, 39, sorry. 29 events of the 78 listed by the applicant really don't seem to be for current students. I think there are 49 events for students, really, my reading of that detailed event matrix. So I think the 50 regular events and 5 major events kind of fits within what the school has already been doing. But as I also spoke the last meeting too, I'm very empathetic towards the importance of events, and I don't want to see those being unreasonably limited. And again, I think this citizen oversight committee is going to be able to provide that flexibility, which is what I think which is something I was looking for coming into tonight's meeting. Nobody wants to have to reopen this whole discussion again a few years down the road. Having this flexibility there by that citizen oversight committee makes a lot of sense to me. And yeah, just saying if I need to speak to anything else, I definitely support alternative E for the garage. Again, I appreciate this redesign and the saving of the trees. That was one of my greatest concerns last year when this came before us. I'm looking forward to seeing what staff will then come back with 7. Again, I think that allows us to provide that flexibility and get a little more assurances. And I mean, I guess my only, I thought Ms. Kaufman made a reasonable argument for some flexibility for juniors, and
I'd like to modify my own motion.
Oh, wonderful!
I could.
Okay, so yeah, that was going to be my request. But if you have a modification, I was going to recommend maybe 5 exceptions that the head of school can grant each year for juniors.
I mean, I was willing to be even more flexible. And Leslie, I don't know if you saw it, saying could you highlight that? Oh, so I was going to suggest that generally no juniors would drive to school, but the school has the ability to make limited exceptions for individual cases, and just leave it at that. If you guys feel like it needs to be a number, but
I think a number is probably safe. I mean, the head of school said about 3. I mean, I think 5 would provide that.
I'm fine with that if you want to specify.
5. All right, we'll read 5. Okay, sure. I will put as a friendly 5.
Does Eric accept that?
Seemed like it. I couldn't really understand the meme.
Okay, so let's try to move forward. I think I heard that a proposed amendment to allow 5 exceptions for hardship for juniors to be able to drive. Is that accepted by the maker and the seconder?
Yes.
Okay.
So can I ask a clarification on that? Would the staff interpret that as those 5 exceptions would only be applied for juniors? Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Thanks for scrolling back up to the top. Ms. Milton, fine with C1. We discussed that last time, and I see that the majority would prefer that. Under item 2, I think it should be under Title 18, not until Title 18. And I was unclear if the seconder was wanting to change that. You didn't make any amendment, but so I'll be interested in hearing from the seconder.
I may try.
Okay, all right, we'll get there. I like the construction, pardon the pun, of number 3. I think that rather than mandating something, gives the applicant an incentive should that option be available to them. I'm concerned about the Citizen Oversight Committee. Listening to Councilmember Stone's comments, I'm not sure that oversight is really the way that we rebuild trust. I wonder if we could call this something else. I don't know if staff has any ideas.
I called it coordinating.
Yeah, neighbor, I just, I'm a little concerned about it seeming like a usurpation of the city's role. So
propose something.
All right, so maybe we just could call it a neighborhood committee. Presumably it's going to be people in the neighborhood.
It's fine.
Okay. I see the seconder nodding. Is that all right? Or would the mayor like to observe the protocols?
I actually think that oversight or something along those lines is not just about being neighbors there. It's about what their function is.
I'm sorry, I was asking a process question, not about the content.
Okay. What's your process question?
Did you want to work with the seconder, or was it okay that he nodded when I looked at him?
He has to speak audibly if he wants.
I accept.
Okay, thanks. And does staff have a understanding? I realize you've just seen this, how this neighborhood committee might work, and would they actually schedule the events? Would staff attend? Any thoughts on how we could make sure that this works effectively? Number 4. And you can think about it maybe if you want.
Yeah, I mean, so Yeah, I think we would want to add maybe a little bit more to it, but it's not that much more than what we gave you the first go around. So, I mean, I think part of this is we'll figure it out, but if
Okay.
we want to be more specific about it, we can be that.
All right. And it would be the council is choosing them, right? Oh yeah, appointed by council. Okay. So I think that's fine. I'm sure that number 4 could be improved. That brings me to 5. And, I just did get out my reading glasses. I think I might need a stronger prescription given how teeny tiny the font was on this. But I think we received a number of, I think, really persuasive emails from people about building community. Parent information nights, speakers for Global Week, college counseling, showcase for students in 8th grade. I see in 5, we're suggesting that the neighborhood committee could recommend adjusting them. Well, maybe we could recommend adjusting them down if there's a problem. This seems like an overreach to me, and I asked the maker and seconder to return the 50 events to 70.
I think 50 is a good place to start. I'd be happy to say, I'd be happy to say the Citizen Oversight Neighborhood Committee can't go below 50 if that's the concern.
That's not my concern. My concern is that we're arbitrarily removing the opportunity for students and their families to participate in important events.
Yeah, my feeling going through the list of events, again, that it seemed to be able to operate pretty well within 50, and that some of the parent-only events, if they really wanted more events, they could do those at another location potentially.
Okay, so that's not accepted. Number 6 is fine. We discussed that last time. 7. So this seems a little unusual. Let me just ask staff, what happens if the TDM is not approved, right? Usually we do this all at one time. What happens if, this comes forward or there's a concern, it's pulled from consent and then modified again? Can you just talk us through the process and any unintended consequences that might occur?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I do think that in taking this action, the council would be approving the project and with the enrollment and all of the different sort of parameters in place, that it's my read of this item number 7 is staff. These are some pretty clear, I guess, with one question that I'll have, directions to staff that we could incorporate objectively into the TDM. And so I would expect that when this comes back to the city council, if we meet this objective direction, you've already seen the rest of the TDM plan. It's included in the packet. So I would not expect the TDM plan to deviate from what we've already submitted to you, plus the items that are included in number 7.
Okay. And the only one, thank you, Director Late, for that. The only question I have, I don't understand 7B requirements for satellite parking. That seems a little vague. Can you talk to me about what you're intending there?
Yeah, well, I thought the staff report said that a detailed TDM plan would be worked on, right? It's not complete right now.
So to that question, the TDM plan is largely included in the packet. And what we had envisioned with our condition is that we would put it together in more of a formal document, incorporating all of the conditions that may have been added tonight.
Yep. So really B was meant to say that if there's a need for satellite parking, that requirements around that would be included in the TDM.
Okay. And so with respect to satellite, thank you for the question. And this is what I was going to ask for further clarification on is setting up the process by when satellite parking might be required and how that would come to pass. We can include that language in the TDM plan. Yes. So that would be that's understandable.
So do
then.
we need to modify 7B or you understand? It's all clear now.
Based on the dialogue, I understand that it's not requiring satellite parking, but if satellite parking was determined to be required because of either the committee or some other collaboration, this would set forth the process by which, where that satellite parking could be established and maybe how many parking spaces roughly would be required, et cetera.
If triggered. Okay, thanks. And I appreciate the modification to 7C. On 8, I think the answers that we had prior on A and B are sufficient. I guess, a lot of discussion on C here, but I wonder if staff could just address the safety. I think it's possible. Councilmember Phil Seth was referring to something that was potentially built a while ago. My guess is we have new safety requirements for people with all kinds of disabilities, but any thoughts on whether or not we can really avoid any noise?
It's possible. I mean, I think there's a lot of technology. We'd want to have some kind of universal design considerations. Right. So we would be looking at that. I think there is enough flexibility for establishing something that can meet our objectives and not be an impact to the neighbors.
Okay. And may I just direct one question to the applicant? This is my final one.
Yes.
Thank you. If the applicant could approach, I'm interested in the events on number 5.
Yes, thank you.
Certainly, Ms. Kaufman, if you could just tell us a little bit about why you think 50 could be detrimental to students as opposed to the 70 that was originally proposed.
Sure. I would say that one of the things we've learned, obviously, in COVID is the importance of students engaging with each other, sharing their work with their parents. College counseling has become a much more complicated process. Students need not just the academic events, but some social events. One of the things I would say about events is that I think there'd been a concern about car doors slamming and that sort of thing if we had evening events. The advantage of the underground garage is that major concern goes away. So I did want to put that out there as well. Young people have never needed personal connection more. I will just absolutely say that. And we've had, even at the end of this year, as we've started practicing reducing events, it's been difficult to keep our families engaged with their students. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Koo.
So I just want to thank Councilmember Du Bois and Phil Seth for putting this forward. As Councilmember Stone said, this is not an easy matter to determine. It has caused a lot of rife amongst the residents and also the school. So it is time to do something. I wanted to ask the maker of the motion and the seconder if under clarifying number 8, if we could add a D and include in there continuous noise monitoring for the pool area, simply because, in the EIR, it also stated that the pool may violate the city's noise ordinance. And from experience, the city has not been, it's been difficult to assess the noise after it's being reported. And to be honest, I don't think the neighbors should be the ones who are calling in and making complaints and so forth. So I just wanted to see if that might be something that could be added to item number 8, put a D and just put in continuous noise monitoring at the pool area. And also it does state that the amplified noise during games and so forth could be quite significant, and that hasn't been measured. So we should really take that into consideration. Would that be something that you could
So I
consider?
think continuous monitoring sounds like a really high bar. I was really concerned about the pool noise, and I think a lot of the stuff in the plans, including the sound baffle and lowering the elevation of the pool, which causes other problems, but I think it'll help with the sound. And then maybe staff could talk to the plan, I guess, for the sound mitigation that's there. It sounds like it says there'd be like a test of the amplified sound and a report to the city. Is that that's a one-time kind of thing?
Yeah, there's requirements related to that, but then there's also condition 12 that states if noise complaints are not satisfactorily resolved, the director may require placement of noise monitors to collect data and determine compliance with this condition. So, so I think we have sufficient latitude within the existing conditions to require that.
And that was kind of the thinking behind this neighborhood committee, was if it really becomes an issue, they would discuss it and raise it. So.
Right. Again, I think the responsibility again is placed on the neighbors in order to come up with, to deal with all of this. When council, we're the body that is putting this in place. So we should have some guidelines or some responsibility of making sure that that there is no impact to people who are living there. And I just want to emphasize that we should not forget it is a residential neighborhood, and there are people that reside in this area.
Yeah, I totally understand. And I was struggling with this idea of having this neighborhood committee because it does put, again, I think at the end of the day, it's a good trade-off. And I think, Vice Mayor, if you heard what the director said, I mean, we do have the ability to put monitors in there if there's a problem. So I really don't want to add this continuous noise monitoring, but I think we cover it in kind of couple of different ways.
And Ms. Milton, if you just scroll down a little bit more so I can see the top. Appreciate that. Oh, so was there language up front? Oh, there you go. So obviously I did not certify the EIR. And to be honest, we are actually not looking at our own code and looking at the variance, the findings as stated. And it's very difficult to actually approve it due to not being able to come to terms or have the findings for the variance. First, it says to use their site in a similar way as others in the vicinity. And, this is completely very different. And, there's just no way to make the findings on this. And I'm just kind of perturbed that we're not even looking at, we're actually approving the variance when we can't find the findings on it. So I, for one, will not be supporting this. Although I do want to say I appreciate very much that you have made the conditions in here to make it slightly better for the neighbors. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a few questions and comments. Oops. If we can scroll back to seeing, good. So first, what beyond the 450, how will this enrollment increase be approved? I'm not quite following it, other than 4D referring to the planning director approving enrollment increases, and that 4D is under the neighborhood committee role. So that's confusing as well.
Yes, so it's the top part. Basically, it's the staff proposal. So it would be approved with 25.
Where is that referenced?
The very beginning of the motion, that we would incorporate the staff motion to approve the project. So really meant to incorporate the staff's proposed increase. Once they, demonstrate 3 successful reports, they could add 25.
Got it. So that's as the staff. Okay, is that everything clear enough for staff on what's being referred to there?
Thank you for the question. 4D is the one that is, I keep going over in trying to understand how to operationalize that one. Just in terms of how the conditions are already written and just sort of understanding our process. As I read this, the committee would get together and there'd be recommendations to the director on whether there might be changes to events, enrollment, and TDM changes. The conditions provide for a schedule for when enrollment happens, and so presumably we would default to that schedule. And as far as changes to the TDM plan, the conditions also provide a schedule for that as well. But what I'm hearing is outside of those conditions in that sort of path, there may be some additional TDM measures that might need to be added, or if they're determined excessive or unnecessary, it could be subtracted. And that would go through that process. I think we can make changes to the TDM plan pretty fluidly, outside of, the CUP. Changes in events, I guess what I'm trying to understand is how does 4D change the hard condition of 50 plus 5? And if it's your intent to have that be done at a director level, subject to appeal to the council or to the planning commission, or if that's intended to be another elsewhere in our conditions, we say any changes to the CUP conditions requires review by the planning and transportation.
Right. Well, let's see if the maker has any clarifications on intent.
On which one?
Well, one is on the events and how the planning director would approve changes in events.
Yeah, so the idea would be, again, to try to provide some flexibility so that if this neighborhood committee reviews, TDM data and there haven't been any noise complaints or issues and the school requests more events, they could recommend it. And the planning director would approve it. I thought about an appeal process. If we need one, we could add that in. I didn't put it in the motion.
Okay, so you're saying that the school could petition for an increase in events above the 50, provided that they have performed well to date on that issue? Is that what you're saying?
But
and then the planning director would approve that?
I mean, it would go through this neighborhood committee. If there'd been a bunch of complaints, I assume they would recommend not, but if things were going well and hopefully start to have a better
I'm just trying to be clear on what's going on here.
Yeah. So again, I wanted this committee to really be making recommendations, right? So ultimately the decisions.
Okay, I'll just say that I think if that's your intent, once.
So where do you think that's not clear?
Well, first, it doesn't say what you just said. That I'm sorry, I'm speaking.
Maybe approve recommended changes. Is that clarified?
Well, first, it doesn't say anything about, unless I'm missing it, about the school being authorized to propose an increase in the number of events, and that increase would be reviewed by the neighborhood committee when recommendations made, and then approved or not approved by the planning director. Is that what you're saying would be the process?
Yeah, number 5 there, I think after the first sentence, we could say the school could request additional events. No, in the middle there.
Yeah, does 4D belong under 4?
It was kind of a summary of the committee.
Well, it's not the committee, it's the planning director.
And you can move it around if you'd like. So sorry, Leslie, on 5, if you could move that sentence to after the 500 plus attendees period in the middle there, after the period. Yeah. So they could request additional events and the neighborhood committee would review and recommend.
Yeah, let's see. Would, instead of can recommend, would review and recommend, make recommendations. Because they could recommend one way or the other. Okay. And then and under 4C, you say the scope would be limited to recommending increases or decreases in enrollment, but it looks like you've expanded it beyond
Yeah,
that.
it could be organized a little better.
Pardon me?
It could be organized a little better.
Okay, well, let's try to work on getting it right. But it wouldn't be limited to it.
Right.
So rather, I'd eliminate the wording that says scope will be limited to, just say recommend whether.
What if you just got rid of bullet C there altogether?
Well, there, no, C is intended to have the neighborhood committee weighed in with recommendations on whether the school has met the conditions that will trigger.
I was just wondering if A and B said that already, that's all.
Yeah, I think B
Just-
covers it, maybe.
You could actually add C to A while we're all sort of wordsmithing here. In order to
I was
review the
trying-
reports in order to recommend whether Castellet.
I was trying to say that this is not unlimited scope for this committee.
Okay, but now B is looking at a range of conditions of approval. And then C is talking about enrollment increases subsequent to that. So I think it's good to spell both those functions out. I think we just need to be clear on that process and what's being said here.
Well, how about the committee will recommend the triggering of increases or decreases?
Well, first I would remove the scope will be limited to. That's what I was trying to say a moment ago.
Right.
And just put recommend whether Castellet has met the conditions that will trigger increases in enrollment. So I guess there's a question of whether there are conditions of approval that would not necessarily be linked to increases or decreases in enrollment.
Well, things like the events and.
Okay, so in that case, B and C both belong. Because they're not one and the same.
I'm fine with these changes.
Okay, so then I want to go to D just for kind of structural. This 4 is all about a 3-person neighborhood committee. If you want to say something to the effect of that the neighborhood committee recommendations would be made to the planning director, is that what the intention is?
Yes.
Pardon me?
I believe that's already covered in B. It says make recommendations to the planning director.
Yeah, that's conditions of approval. Is that what's contained in D the same as conditions of approval? Yeah, maybe just a sec. Councilmember Du Bois, why don't you think about how to combine B with D? They look like they're overlapping in what they're describing.
Yeah, I would just delete the change that was made to D and just say the planning director will approve changes. And then at the period there, kind of based on.
In consideration of
consideration
neighborhood
of
committee.
those
Yeah,
recommendations.
B and C now clarify that that the neighborhood committee is recommending. It doesn't say who they're recommending to. They're recommending to the planning director, correct?
That's what B says, yes.
Okay,
So-
but C also needs to just clarify that. I think we're all inferring that's the intent.
I think staff understands that.
Well, let's just make a clear motion. So
Could you repeat
recommend,
that?
say, recommend to the planning director under C. Under C.
C.
Or it could be up, even committee's role will be to, we could say, review and recommend to the planning director, and covers everywhere then. I just want to clean it up, be clear, and be as crisp as we can too. Does that seem a better place to put it, and it covers everything that follows?
I don't know. I think it's getting messier myself, but
So Mayor,
Yeah.
first of all, I want to thank the council for bestowing more authority to the director. That's not usually the direction you go. Appreciate that. And I just want to raise a couple of observations, I guess, from my perspective. I think the ordinance or the conditions set forth a process for enrollment fluctuations, either upward or downward. And so I'm a little concerned about the director's role in being involved in changes to that, which I think have implications to the school in terms of their what they are planning for, the number of students. And I just think it's such a hot issue that has been throughout this whole process. I think our conditions set forth a schedule for enrollment increases. Now, there's so I guess I don't
And
know.
Can I add this concern over, okay, so what happens if there are violations or they're not meeting CUPs?
Right. So if there's violations of, so the conditions already provide that if there are violations, one, we have our administrative processes and, we try to obtain compliance. We would go through that process. Depending on the nature of the violation, what condition it is that's being violated, we would try to address that issue. If it's related to AM peak or ADT, there's a whole set of other criteria, including eventually after 3 failed, performance reports, that's when enrollment begins to get decreased. Before that, in the first 2 reporting reports, there can be adjustments to the TDM plan. And that could happen with or without the neighborhood committee, but because we would have that responsibility based on the conditions. What I'm seeing this number 4 as doing is adding a little bit more flexibility, possibly to increase events in particular. If we're finding out that 50+5 is easily being accommodated and not disruptive to the community, maybe we can add a few more events. Also, outside of the process of waiting for performance reports and things like that, maybe there's something that the community has observed and this committee makes a recommendation to a modification to the TDM plan. I think that's appropriate for there to be a dialogue and not have to go through a protracted process. So I think in those 2 particular areas, I'm comfortable with how this is shaping up. I just get a little concerned on the enrollment piece. I just don't know what I would do with that. So a recommendation to decrease enrollment by 20 kids or to increase it by 20 kids.
Well, and that goes to the question of what's embedded in the preamble as far as consequences for not meeting the major conditions of the CUP.
right. This is really just a little bit of a public process around the process that was outlined. So you would not be making up numbers to increase or decrease, but there would be this kind of neighborhood review of those TDM reports. They would say, yep, they did it. They should go up 25. And then you would be the decision maker that would say, yes, they did it.
Okay, so it's soliciting additional input before the decision is made to increase enrollment based on how the conditions have been written. Okay.
Okay, do we need language that clarifies that intent? why don't you go ahead and think about that? I think we want to be able to walk away from this, look at it in a year, and we're all still clear on what it meant.
And just to that point, we're going to come back with, well, actually, I guess we're going to come back with an ordinance, but this language, we're going to have to add some. I'm taking these points here as direction, but we're going to add some language to fine tune that in plenarese.
Okay, good.
So that nobody understands it.
That helps a little bit tonight. All right, and then I didn't see anything here on increasing the percentage of students within certain who live within a biking distance. Is that somewhere that I'm missing?
It's not in there right now.
Okay, so the distance that I would recommend would be 5 miles, but I'm not sure on the percentages. As I recall from the March of 21 meeting that we did hear some breakdowns on students from Palo Alto and East Palo Alto, but I don't think we have any knowledge on what percentage of students are within a given geographic distance. So I don't think we can determine that tonight. And so what I'd like to do is have that as one of the TDM follow-ups. And Director Late, if that was our intention, is for you to come back with some agreement with Castleya that would increase the percentage of students moderately that are within 5 miles of the school as part of the TDM program. And is that enough guidance, and you would come back with some specifics?
Yeah, I think we can work with that. I believe the applicant reported 35%, 35% at the last meeting as being somewhat within that radius. So that would be sort of the starting place. I think if you wanted that stretched, I guess my question to you is, would you want it to be a target goal, or would you want it to be adhered to? And if you want it to be adhered to and if missed, it's a violation of the CUP. I think that's a distinction that I would think we would want to know.
Okay, well, I think if we have it something that's adhered to, that's something the school could readily monitor because they're admitting students and they know the geography. So yeah, I'd like to see that increased. I think it has several different benefits. One of the questions is, to what degree does the school benefit the local community versus distant commutes? It's a balance. If only basically a third of the students are within the current local area, I think that's on the low end. There's plenty of demand and still being able to accommodate the majority of the students being from outside of this 5 mile radius. So
can you explain why? I mean, if they're meeting
well,
the
it's a way that it would both serve the community more and surrounding communities, including East Palo Alto, and a way to have another element of a TDM program. We can try to prescribe a whole bunch of things, but basically if students are within biking distance, then makes it a heck of a lot easier.
I just struggle. I mean, if they have shuttles and they take the train, I guess I'd prefer to see maybe a goal than a hard requirement where they'd fail their TDM. I mean, if they can meet this TDM, I'm not so hung up on that percentage personally. But
well, it also, as I said, would address one of the concerns that's been raised on to what degree does the school benefit the community as opposed to the region.
So do you want to propose some language under 7?
Yeah, that I would say E, that increase the percentage of students within 5 miles to 40%.
So that would be F.
Prior to enrollment increase above 450 students. So we give them ample time to adjust.
Can we make that a goal?
I don't know what the impact is of a goal.
well, again, that they wouldn't fail their TDM if they don't make it.
So it seems fairly inconsequential if it's set as a goal.
Yeah, I just, again, we're trying to provide some flexibility.
I'm not
you wanna
sure I would,
ask-
I'm
you wanna
not
ask
sure I
the
would accept
applicant?
that.
Sorry. I'm sorry, would you say, her?
But I'm not sure I would accept that as a friendly.
Could we ask the applicant what they think of this condition?
Be glad to.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I just want to be clear on what you're asking.
Yes, just what would be the school's response to if you see 7F, increase the percentage of students within a 5-mile radius to 40% from the current 34, I think we were told.
We can definitely work with that. We could
Okay.
work with that for sure.
All right, and I guess I'm concerned with whether it'll have impact being set as a goal.
I mean, if they say they can work with it, I would accept.
So then
it.
I would want to give them plenty of time to be able to make those adjustments. If we linked it to prior to exceeding enrollment of 450 students, that would give you several years to make that adjustment. Does that seem reasonable?
Yes, I guess like with the junior driving, if there were some flexibility there, within a plus or minus of a smaller reasonable amount, I think we would appreciate that.
Okay, then I'd be fine putting in 40% plus or minus 2%. Getting a little granular here, but okay. And then we want to add prior to enrollment increasing beyond 450 students.
Prior to going above 450 students.
Yeah.
Eric, are you okay with it?
I sort of feel like we're trying to chase multiple targets here. One is the TDM and the other is sort of city council dipping a toe in the waters of trying to engineer the enrollment profile of a private school. I mean, if Castellet is okay with it, I'm okay with it, but I feel like we're sort of getting toward the edges of what our role here is on council.
Okay, well, they said they were good with it. All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
If this is a good time for a break, I think Mr. Yang has a couple of cleanup items he'd like to share with the council.
Okay.
Is this a good time for you to hear from him?
Sure.
Okay, Albert.
Okay, thank you. So just at the very top, it's staff's understanding that the motion is to approve the staff recommended conditions with the changes that are subject to changes in the motion. So I guess we would add after approve the ARB findings. Oh, I see, incorporate the staff motion. Yeah, so after the ARB findings, I would add and adopt a record of land use action. Okay. And then in number 3, I would strike the language subject to EIR for new site, just because it's not clear that an EIR would be necessary. I guess if we wanted to keep the concept, it would be subject to any required environmental review. And then in 4D, I would recommend striking through updates to the CUP because some of these items just wouldn't require a CUP amendment, like a change to the TDM plan. That's typically a document. It's a document that sits outside of the CUP. That's a document that we would just be able to update without actually amending the CUP.
And so there's no need to amend the CUP at all, or would it be or CUP as applicable? I'm not sure.
For enrollment and
changes to
TDM,
the CUP.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
For enrollment in TDM, I don't think that because enrollment is spelled out so clearly in the conditions and TDM is a separate document, I don't think either of those would require an amendment to the CUP. Potentially events, a change to events could result in an amendment to the CUP. So, but I think it's sort of implied that if a change requires a change to an amendment to the CUP, that's just the process that.
Okay, good enough.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, and then was there anything in here on the, there was a reference to satellite parking, but what we were really trying to do was prevent satellite parking in the neighborhood as well. Is that covered?
I think so.
Agrees to use, I'm sorry, there it is. Okay. So tell me how it's covered.
Under A, that they would agree to own, it should be only use on site and street parking on the perimeter school.
Do we think that that covers what we discussed with the school earlier about them bearing the responsibility to?
And then D, if you scroll down.
Okay, let's see. Somehow we lost a bigger screen there. Okay. So I am a little concerned that the way this is written, that we're given a green light to parking more than 2 blocks away or drop-offs more than 2 blocks away. And what I'm the TDM program should be looking at trips to the community, not just to the school site or adjacent. It's about trips as well as parking and things.
I mean, and again, it includes everything in the staff recommendation about actual parking counts and asking about multimodal surveys. So there'll be a lot of data.
Yeah, but the school had agreed that they were willing to impose on students that they wouldn't participate in being dropped off, and that wasn't restricted to within.
That's what I was trying to get here, enforcing no parking drop-offs on unauthorized streets or areas. So
okay, well, if we just delete in the 2 block radius, then maybe that covers it. We don't want them to. We're meaning that we don't want folks driving to the community from other distances and a few blocks away dropping off kids or parking. That's what we're trying to prevent, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you feel like that's too narrow, we could delete that. I wanted to have some requirement to look beyond the border of the school.
Yeah, I would just drop the 2 block radius. They've already agreed that
that's fine.
Their intent was to, okay. Oh, and then lastly, unless I missed it, we had previously had some question about whether we wanted half of the public art spending to be put into the public art fund. Is that addressed at all?
I thought we had agreed last time it was going to be publicly accessible.
Is that how we left it? Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that covers it for me. Now, Councilmember Du Bois, you had a light on. Did you mean for it to? No. Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so in general, I like the cleanup that you guys have been doing. I just want to make sure I understand this. So, so right now there's a path if there's zero impacts for growth. So let's say, for instance, right now we're at 50 events, but if there's been 0 impacts, according to all the measurements that are being done, the path is that the neighborhood committee with the planning director would be able to expand this to, let's say, 60 events. Is that how I'm reading this, or I'm just trying to understand the process more clearly?
Yeah, that's correct. I think, Mr. Yang spoke to this in the cleanup. I think there's probably another change to the conditions of approval where we say 50 events, 50 plus 5. We would say, make reference to these new adjustments such that it doesn't require a CUP amendment, but gives the director the ability to increase events based on recommendations from the neighborhood committee.
Okay. I was just wondering, should we have some like examples, like, because a year from now, when we look at this, we may not remember. So I do think it's good to clean it up, because it seems like there's a path to increase the events, and there's also a path to increase the enrollment, perhaps even to 540, if there's no impacts, right? At least the way I'm understanding this.
Yeah, there's two paths, at least for events, and with respect and also with enrollment. The conditions lay out a process whereby enrollment will increase over time, 25 students. So that process would be followed up until 540. And I believe one of the additions here this evening is an expression of this council's intent that it not increase beyond 540. That doesn't bind a future council, of course, and the applicant could, at some point in the future, make a request to amend the CUP. So that's the second path by which enrollment can increase beyond 540. Similarly with events, well, it appears you're heading down a path to give the director some increased authority to move beyond 50. If that is not supported either by the committee or by the director, the applicant could also submit an amendment to their CUP to ask for additional events.
Okay. So basically, perhaps even 70 events or the full 540 is possible through this process that you just described.
Yeah, and you're saying, could they get up to 70 events based on that process?
Basically, this could go to 540 with the process that you just described.
I'm missing just, they could get up to the way this is drafted now, they would eventually get to 540 if they met all the conditions.
Okay. I think that sounds good. I'm just wondering whether, because, some parts of you read this, it says 450, right? And so it's like, is that the limit? No, it's not really the limit. It's actually, it could be 540 or perhaps even more, but it really depends on the neighborhood committee and the planning director, right?
So thank you. So let me clarify. So the way I read this, enrollment is 416. And at the end of construction, certificate of occupancy and all that for the garage and the buildings, then the enrollment can increase up to 450.
Okay.
Thereafter, it can only increase 25 students upon demonstration that they've met the reporting requirements of the TDM, AM peak and average daily trips.
25 per year.
25 per year. Thank you. And 25 after each reporting, 3 positive reporting, no violations of the AM peak and average daily peak, up to 540.
Okay, good. Okay, so that's good. And then events work the same way essentially, right?
So I see events as the 50 events, over 50, and then 5 events, 5 major events. So 55 total events. And that would only increase really if the neighborhood committee made the recommendation to the director or the applicant filed a CUP amendment and got approval from the planning commission and ultimately this body.
Yeah, because I am a little bit concerned about the events, because I do think we want community involvement and we want parents to be able to go to events and things like that. So I'm wondering if perhaps we could do a bit of a compromise here of 50 to maybe go to 60 events with the same, kind of zero impact kind of philosophy here. I don't know if I would have a second for that, or whether the maker or seconder would be supportive of that idea.
Now, again, we're talking one event every 3 days, I think, with 55 events. So I think it's a good place to start.
Yeah, I wouldn't accept it either. And I think, access events, there are alternatives, and you can go to Lucy Stern or, other locations like everybody else.
Mayor, can I ask a representative from the school to come up? I just wanted to get their opinion on the current. Can I ask them some questions now? Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. So basically, I just wanted to, with the current kind of cleanup version of this, what are in your mind, the major issues, if any, with this current proposal?
Okay, you're welcome to respond.
Sure. Wow. I mean, I have a whole team here that's been thinking through this, and I don't know if Kathy, are you in a better position to answer this question, do you think? What it is, like which of the things that are here, how are we with each of the things?
Are there, I think the question was,
Yeah.
do you have any major concerns with this proposal?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hi, thank you. Mindy Romanowski, I'm Land Use Council, and thank you for the progress that you're making. For the most part, we really appreciate where this is headed, and we are comfortable with the many concessions that have been made, the 40%, the 5 miles, a number of other ones this evening. I think the one that we're currently trying to understand that maybe more clarity or our concern would be, I think it's the one hiring the TDM company. So can't tell what number that is. 7D, I guess. And so I guess I would say that, we have successfully been doing our monitoring all these years with our own staff. We have the conditions that require the monitoring reports. The city also, per the conditions, puts monitoring in the streets. I think it's 21 days each monitoring period. There's a condition to that effect. And before we're hiring yet someone else to do compliance, we're already going to bring on a new employee that's going to manage all of our TDM and our internal compliance. I guess we'd like to be given the chance to prove we can or can't do it. And if the neighborhood committee sees an issue, makes a recommendation that an outside firm needs to be hired, then that happens. But we're not asked to do it from the beginning because we do have all of these checks and balances that are already in the conditions. We want the ability for our compliance officer to, have the staff do this, and only if there's a reasonable basis to hire a TDM company to do it daily would we move to that level. We're not saying no, but we want to have it.
Is it all right if I inquire with the maker of the motion on this subject? What now, having heard the applicant and your intent, can you clarify this issue of whether a outside TDM company must be hired to do this?
Yeah.
Or
so I guess it was my understanding that there would be some outside firm involved in submitting the TDM reports. Is that incorrect?
Well, so what we do now is we have an outside firm that does our TDM reports, Nelson Nygaard, and we've been submitting those for years. So that wouldn't change. But I think the way I read this right now, it's insinuating that we have another company that's doing, I don't know how often, it's hard to understand what's implied here, but maybe you could clarify that. If it's really just the reporting in the normal reporting periods, that is what we understood to be our obligation.
Yeah, I think my idea was that company would have some obligation to look at offsite unauthorized parking. And so again, having it be a little arm's length, I guess.
Sure, for arm's length, absolutely, for the objectivity. It's just what is your sense of the how often? Is it just with our reporting periods? Because that is reasonable.
So again, it sounds like the concern would be splitting off the traffic control and the daily drop-offs from having have this TDM firm that's doing these reports.
Right. So
would they periodically take a snapshot of take a look at the neighborhood streets, I guess?
And I think the snapshot is very fair, but if it's something that the company is there every day doing this, that seems overly burdensome. The snapshot seems rational and reasonable.
Can I ask Director Late if he might have, through his understanding and recommended language on how we can clean this up?
So no, I don't have language at the moment, but if I'm understanding the request or the requirement here, it's that as a part of the 3 times a year reporting cycle, that during that time, perhaps Nelson Nygaard or whatever the firm is that Castellet is employing, they would do an analysis also during that week or so of how students are arriving at the school and monitoring the student pickup drop-off operations and reporting out on that.
If I can ask the Castellet representatives, how does that comport with your intention?
Yeah, I think that is something we anticipated, frankly, in terms of with our typical reporting.
Okay.
And so, yes,
So Director Late, if you could noodle a little bit on language to reflect
I
that.
can make a suggestion maybe. So if we deleted the TDM hired and just said that the school shall be responsible for traffic control, enforcing blah, blah, blah. And then at the end of that, we say, and we add the TDM firm here. The TDM firm will provide whatever it is. Is it 3 times a year? John, can you help me there?
Yeah, as a part of the reporting requirements, shall also provide information on student parking and drop-off compliance, I guess you could say, or something along those lines, I think is
as part of their reports.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that capture it?
Yeah, I think, and then the only other, the other item and there's a lot here, so I reserve the right to come back up, but the other one I just want clarity on this same number 7, I guess is it A? Applicant agrees to only use on-site and street parking along perimeter of school building for all parking. If we have, parents, students who live in the neighborhood who want to park their car in front of their house and walk to school, I just want to be clear that this is not prohibiting people who either live in the neighborhood or rent in the neighborhood from parking in front of their homes and being able to come, because this is, taken as literal.
That's not our intent.
Okay.
Then I don't know whether we need to clean up the language.
That there's kind of this agreement that it's kind of Castellet side of the street and the other side of the street.
Sure, I'm talking in the greater neighborhood.
All right, so
that's maybe
if it's okay, that one we'll leave up to staff to refine any language when they come back.
But we've already said that neighbors park on that side of the street, so if the person lives there, they should be fine, right?
Anyway,
Fair enough.
okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
thank you. Councilmember Philsett.
Yeah, thanks. Can we go back to the beginning to number 1 here? Number 2, I guess. I shudder to say this kind of thing, but I don't think we ought to count the garage square floor area for purpose of calculating development impact fees, because Castellet is a commercial enterprise with an underground garage. And if we don't consider the underground garage as part of the impact fee assessment for other commercial operations, then it seems inconsistent to me to do it with Castellet. Now, I think you can make arguments why it should be, they're in an R1 neighborhood, not out in the research park and so forth, and so it's different and so forth. But I want to suggest that we, as a friendly amendment, we get rid of the reference to calculating development impact fees under Title 16.
So again, this was a question in the staff report, and Yeah, I guess so. It was my judgment that it is additional square foot that is causing a bigger impact on the neighborhood, and that therefore the impact fees are reasonable.
May I seek a second? Tell the mayor.
So it's a substitute motion or
Is it an amendment?
amendment.
An amendment. So do you want to speak further to your amendment?
No.
Councilmember Tanaka, did you want to speak to the amendment?
I have the same logic, but I also kind of feel that what we want to do is minimize the amount of impacts on the neighborhood. And the way we do that is by allowing them to park as much as possible on site. So this seems to be contrary to that.
I'll just speak to that and say the way to have the least impacts on the neighborhood is not have the trips go into the neighborhood. The TDM program is the least impact. And then if they are going to drive there, then the decision has been made to prefer to have this percentage of the parking below grade. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and vote on the amendment, which is to
delete.
Let's make sure that we have just it's
a motion to delete number 2.
Right.
I don't think you even need to say that, right? You just delete it. But
speak clearly. What's that?
Oh, just delete number 2 altogether?
I believe so. I think it's part of the.
Okay. So it says delete number 2. All right. Let's go ahead and vote on this. It's an amendment, not a substitute motion, right?
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Mayor Burt, Councilmember Du Bois,
No.
Councilmember Stone,
No.
motion fails 4-3.
All right. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. If I could see item 3, please, to the clerk. Did the maker, I guess the scenario I'm imagining is that the applicant finds a site within Palo Alto. That's a possibility. Does the maker still wish number 3 to read as it does?
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
so.
All right, and then on 7F, if you could scroll down, please. I share Councilmember Filsa's concerns about whether or not it's appropriate for us to be dictating who attends a private school. And, I think we've spoken about this multiple times over the years. I appreciate that the applicant has accepted it. I guess I can see my way clear to it because at plus or 2, if it's 35 now, it's only a 10% increase in local students, and 5 miles would encompass Menlo Park and probably parts of Mountain View. So I will be okay with that. And then I just wanted to clarify on public art because I'm not sure our conversation reflects correctly what was in the staff report, page 178 from last time, which is that we can't actually require them to either pay or provide it, that the local regulation gives them the option. Could staff just please confirm that so we don't have a misunderstanding?
So the municipal code provides that the applicant could choose to install an installation or pay into a fee, an in lieu fee. I believe the applicant is interested in establishing an art piece at the corner of Bryant and Embarcadero.
Okay, all right, but there's no need for us to, or appropriate. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then I had one other question. I think it's at 9, the very bottom. And this is as part of the record of land use, the city would be basically putting on the record an intention or a commitment to limit the number of students to 540. I think it would carry additional weight if the school also agreed to that commitment, and they can do that voluntarily. I take it, and would it be able to be then put in the land use record if they agreed to that?
Albert, do you have some comments about what's being proposed here?
Yeah, sure. If the school, agreed to that sort of commitment, it could be included as an exhibit to the record of land use action.
Okay, so can I ask the school representatives whether they would agree to including that commitment in the record of land use?
So I've asked the board chair to join me here because it is unclear, and I don't know if you have an answer, whether our governance would even allow me to make that decision, because we would be making a commitment for future boards. So I don't actually know the answer of what we would be allowed to do.
If I might add, we look at what we've gone through here because of this being a very constrained site in an R1 neighborhood. And we've had over decades a number of increases. You've seen what has been the struggle. We've got a scaling of students up to 540 over the next coming years. And the question is whether Castellea is agreeing to say, yeah, that's our maximum build out on numbers of students.
I think both of us can speak only to our own leadership of the school. Like, I just don't know, we are a foundation board. We are actually bound by certain laws. And so I don't want to agree to something that then we've done something that we're like legally not allowed to do. That's my only concern.
So that would, if you.
So I would have to consult an attorney before I would.
Or
be able
consult your board, you're saying, not an attorney, right?
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Mary Spicer. I'm Chair of the Board of Trustees. Thanks for having me and thanks for deliberating and working on this for so long. My responsibility, I have a fiduciary responsibility to the school. I believe I would certainly need to consult the executive committee, at least of the board, to agree to something like this. I understand the spirit of it, not wanting to make impacts. We're all envisioning the impacts that 540 students would create. I don't know that they would make those same impacts if we were to go higher in the future. So that's the other point that gives me.
So
hesitation to
given
agree
that
to
you
something like
can't
that.
make that decision tonight, I think what I'd like to do is put this in here as a request for staff to confer with the applicant subsequent to the meeting, and then have that reflected or not reflected in what comes back to us based upon the applicant's consent or not.
So the record of land use action actually will not come back to the city council for review.
I see.
Yeah. The ordinance will on second reading, but the record of land use action is a final action. It'll be signed by the mayor to reflect the, that we captured the city council's intent with items 1 through 9. I don't know how
So
we
then
get.
let me ask, maybe the city attorney can give any guidance if what we'd like to see is not only the city assert that 540 is the maximum build out, but that we are seeking for the applicant to also agree on the record that that's the case. How could we do that?
So thank you, Mayor Burt. So I appreciate the applicants being careful to define their role, and the city council has a similar issue. The council can speak with all sincerity and good faith about this council's intentions, but has.
I understand
right.
that part.
So where I think we go with that is with the two organizations facing similar interests and limitations on their authority, I think we could probably work with the applicant to draft a statement that respects those limits, but is a good faith statement of current intention. And so I think it would be worth trying to do that and reflecting that on both sides. And we could bring that back with the second reading. Or put it into the administrative record and attach it for
So then
informational
I'd like
purposes.
to have language, I think as part of number 9, that would give guidance to staff to pursue what you just described.
Joint statement of intention, if that's something that the school officials feel is worth, okay, I'm seeing some nods.
Okay.
Mhm.
So can you suggest language for number 9 to reflect that?
So staff will work with, city staff will work with school leadership to craft a joint statement of intention around a maximum enrollment at the site of 540 students.
Excellent. Is that acceptable to the maker and the seconder? Yes.
Thank you.
I think it would be a joint statement of current intention. I mean, the word current is the key because for all the reasons that were just put forth.
I think that's fair. We'll work out the
I'm a little,
wordsmithing.
I'm concerned with the addition of that word. That seems to imply that it's a statement of intention that goes out the window as soon as
Well, it is our
anybody chooses.
current intention and for the near future.
Well,
to keep the
intention's an
enrollment at this,
intention,
but-
so I wouldn't.
I think we should probably put our wordsmithing back and
That's-
forth into
Okay.
another
Yeah.
forum, not here.
Yeah, let's
enough.
put it as a statement of intention for right now, and we'll let you work on it outside this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we would delete the first paragraph, the first sentence, sorry. Yes.
Would we?
Oh.
Oh,
Can't we keep
No.
that in the
um,
council's intention?
yeah, I mean, so the first sentence is already determined of a statement of council intention. The second sentence is the other half of this, which is the school's intention.
But yeah, understood.
You got it? Okay. All right. Are we there? I see no more lights. Director Late, look like we got it covered. Okay. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsath,
Sure, why not?
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
And shockingly, this. I think that concludes the item. Okay. Thank you all very much. And we'll take a 5-minute break and then return for our final item, which is the tree ordinance. and tree protection to include additional protected tree species, revise grounds for tree removal, and make clarifying changes in amending titles 2, 9, and 18, etc.
Okay.
Oh, there we are.
Yes.
Director Edelson.
Good evening, Mayor Burt.
You're going to
and
kick
City
this off?
Council. Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Maybe a little louder if you're able.
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor Burt and City Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. You'll recall that we brought the draft tree ordinance to you in October of last year. And at that time, we described the ordinance as a preliminary draft and really stressed the need to have a community engagement process and also for us to analyze the staff resources that would be needed to implement the ordinance. So since that time, we've held a community meeting and we reviewed the draft ordinance with the Parks and Recreation Commission and the Architectural Review Board, and also made several changes in response to some of the feedback that we received at those meetings. I also want to note that there was a supplemental memo published today that addressed several items in the ordinance that were identified after the staff report was published. So with the additional review of the ordinance that we've done and identification of the staffing needed for implementation, we are now ready as staff to recommend its adoption by the council. And I think the clerk has the PowerPoint presentation, if we could share that. So here's our introduction, and if we go to the next slide, just pointing out the staff recommendation from the report here with adoption of the proposed changes to the various sections of the codes that are impacted by the changes being proposed. And so with that brief presentation, I'm now going to turn it over to our urban forester, Peter Gollinger, who will walk through the staff presentation.
Good evening. Next slide, please. We've addressed a lot of these issues previously, but we felt it was important to touch on some of the basics in our presentation tonight. Basically, we're updating the ordinance because it has not had a substantive update since 2001. We were very early in the adoption of our protection ordinance, but we've been lagging behind other municipalities and our own policy documents. In addition, there's been some changes to state law, and additional studies have shown how much benefits trees provide. Next slide, please. And as discussed previously, trees provide a lot of good benefits for our community, including addressing the heat island effect, which is a hot topic as climate continues to change. Next slide, please. So Brad already touched on this a little bit in his introduction, but the process over the last year is laid out here in our timeline. In August, we took the draft ordinance to Policy and Services, and they made some recommendations, which we in turn brought to you in October. What you have before you tonight is basically your recommendations from October, synthesized with some feedback from the community outreach we conducted in April. And we feel we're in a good position now to move forward. Next slide, please. Some of the major changes included in the ordinance are, as we discussed, expanding the definition of protected trees, updating the allowable reasons for removal, a focus on maintenance of private protected trees, revisions to the notification and appeals for protected tree removal, and as Brad mentioned, staffing resources required to implement the ordinance. Next slide, please. Since we brought this to you in October, there's been no major changes to the definition of protected trees. We're proposing a total of 6 native species plus redwood and all other species at 15 inch or greater. Next slide, please. In addition, as is currently the case with our existing ordinance, any tree designated for protection during the review and approval of a project is considered a protected tree. New for this ordinance is any tree designated for carbon sequestration and or environmental mitigation, or any replacement tree required as part of an approved plan. Next slide, please. So the situations in which a protected tree may be removed are broken down into various categories as shown here: outside the development process, as part of development on a residential lot, as part of a project with a subdivision, as part of any other project requiring discretionary approval under Title 18, and then any other circumstances other than those listed. Next slide, please. So some of the changes that have been made since we saw you in October is a clarification to the reason for removal here. The tree is a detriment to or is crowding an adjacent protected tree, or is impacting the foundation or eaves of a residence or any covered parking required under Title 18. Next slide, please. For residential projects, the same language applies. And in addition, there's a definition now for financially feasible. So the tree is so close to the proposed development that construction would result in the death of the tree, and there is no financially feasible design alternative that would permit the preservation of the tree, where financially feasible means an alternative that preserves the tree, unless retaining the tree would increase the project cost by more than twice the reproduction cost of the tree or 10% of the given project valuation, whichever is greater. Next slide, please. On discretionary projects under Title 18, retention of the tree would result in the reduction of the otherwise permissible buildable area of the lot by more than 25%. And there's no financially feasible design alternative that would permit the preservation, or the tree is dead, hazardous, or a nuisance. This is very similar to the existing language in the current ordinance. Next slide, please. One of the additional changes is a focus on care of protected trees. The expansion of the list of negative actions that may impact trees, and a requirement that owners of protected trees would notify the city and post their intent to work on a protected tree. The intent of this was to educate the public and hopefully prevent some panicked phone calls. Next slide, please. Another big change is in the applications, notice, and appeals process. We clarified how this is laid out in the ordinance. The current ordinance, it's all clustered together, so now it's clearly defined. Notice is new. So what we have a change here is notice posting on property on city website and by mail to addresses when within 300 feet. Originally that was 600 feet. And we also clarified the appeals in the absence of development. Under the current ordinance, that would go through the planning department, and that did not seem appropriate. So we mirrored the planning process in the public works department for removals outside of development. Next slide, please. So for resource impacts, the adoption of the ordinance would significantly increase staff resources needed for development review, tree removal permit review, violations investigation, and enforcement. We analyzed the expected increases in workload and compared that to our hourly averages for each of the tasks. And we're recommending an additional 2.48 full-time equivalency employees, which would be distributed among a project manager, a building planning technician, and an hourly staff specialist. Next slide, please. That you may have.
Thank you. So why don't we go to the council for any technical questions, and we'll hear from members of the public, and then return to the council for discussions. Council Member Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. I'll have more questions when we get past public comment, but my first technical one is about eucalyptus. Is eucalyptus going to be protected under this, or is it on one of those fire lists that were linked?
So there are 2 species of eucalyptus that are included in the invasive plant list from Cal IPC, and that would be blue gum eucalyptus and I believe red gum eucalyptus. Others, more of the decorative kind, would be protected under the 15-inch.
Okay. I'm trying to reconcile an email we got with the At Places memo. Is the ADU language that a member of the public alleged is in conflict with HCD, is that part of what's resolved in the At Places memo? Or no?
I can jump in there. Yes, that's one of the 3 things that are addressed in the At Places memo. So there was a section of the zoning code that referenced protected tree removals not being allowed solely for construction of an ADU, which was really a mismatch with the tree ordinance changes we're making now. So hence the change.
Okay, so that's been taken care of. I would just add that, yes, the change addresses that commenter's question, but from his perspective does not fully resolve it. He would still maintain that our ordinance is a constraint on ADU production, but we believe it's an appropriate balance.
Okay.
Unless and until we're advised otherwise by HCD.
Okay, staff has taken the comment into consideration with the changes that have been made.
That's correct.
Great. How does this ordinance affect the situation where a neighbor's property is being damaged by a protected tree that's their neighbor? So you're living in your house and next to you, someone's protected tree is damaging your property. Does this ordinance address that situation?
It does address the situation if the property in question is a home, an ADU, or a required covered parking.
Okay. Okay. My other questions will be about the staffing for this project, but they're not really technical. Oh, actually, sorry, one more. Who is going to be punished for excessive pruning or the other things that are now a misdemeanor? Is it the property owner or is it the person doing the work?
I believe that would be the same as it is now. It would be the property owner or the person who hired the company to do the work.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks very much. I suspect the answer is going to be, we don't know, right? But it would be really helpful to know sort of, how many trees a year are we currently losing between 15 and 36 inches, right? Because if it's one tree every 5 years, then is it really worth $500,000 a year in staffing cost to monitor this? If it's 1,000 trees every year, then it's a huge problem. We need to do this. So I really wish I knew sort of how big the problem is right now. Do we have any data on this?
Unfortunately, we do not have any data on these size and types of trees. As they haven't been previously protected, they're not in any inventory or database. If you look at some canopy cover imagery, overall, we are increasing in canopy, but you can see in certain locations where we have lost canopy. I couldn't give you an exact number, but I think it's definitely more than one every couple of years, but it's probably significantly lower than 1,000 a year.
And maybe there's no answer to this, but are we disincentivizing people from planting big trees if we do this?
I don't necessarily think that's the case.
All right, thanks.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes, I just wanted to understand. So this would apply to in all zones, correct? There's this third case, which is called discretionary projects on your slides. Does that basically apply to either high density residential or commercial?
Correct. Anything that would require approval under Title 18. I believe the one exception would be individual reviews because that would be a residential project.
Got it.
The city
Okay.
was-
And then it's time for technical questions. So technical question on packet page 135, there's the penalty section for private trees. And so it's 810, 110 B under 1, there's 3 sections, and 1 and 3 are $10,000 a tree or twice the value, either the value of the tree or the repair value of the tree. But 2 is only the replacement value of the tree, and the difference between 1 and 2 is 1 is chopping a tree down and 2 is potentially poisoning a tree or unauthorized movement of a tree. How come that wasn't also at twice the amount? It seems like a kind of a loophole.
So I believe, I'm trying to find that in the text right now, but my recollection is, let's see here. Let me find that exact location.
10B.
So which item is in question here? I have it. I have the location.
So BI is $10,000 per tree or twice the replacement value, and that refers back to
a complete removal. Yes.
What page are you on?
I'm on packet page 135. So that case again is just removing a tree, and then the next one down, instead of twice the replacement value, it's just the replacement value, and that's if you kill a tree slowly versus quickly.
I don't think that was intended. I think.
Well, can I hazard a guess here,
Yes.
Peter? Just trying to scroll through and look at that. It looks like that second number 2, Councilmember Du Bois, part of it, what it's referring to is if you did something like too much pruning that leads to the death of a tree. So
correct. It
perhaps
includes a lot of things. Like I said, it includes poison. It includes like trying to transport a tree without authorization. We can come back to it, but it seems like a loophole. And then, and again, so if I understand the at Places memo, the clarification around ADUs is basically they would fall back under this condition for basically low density residential. So they would fall under those conditions. Is that the way it would work?
yes, they would fall under the slide that Peter had presented for residential parcels.
And so you could remove a tree if there was no feasible alternative, but if the alternative was to move the ADU somewhere else, then you could protect the tree and have the ADU. So is that basically what would happen?
Yes.
Okay. And my last question, on pruning, there's a requirement to put a notice on the tree, but will the city be notified about pruning?
Yes, the process is intended that they would notify the city, and then the city would send them a posting that they would put either on their property or on the tree, just to notify the neighbors that a pruning is happening. We get a lot of panicked phone calls from folks thinking the trees are being removed when they're actually just being maintained.
So under tree removal, it says the notice will be placed on the website, but under pruning, it wasn't clear. It didn't sound like the city would even know about it necessarily. So again, we might want to look at that one. But that's it for my questions.
Okay, so why don't we now go to members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Almost. 1 sec. Okay, our first speaker is Bob Sanner, to be followed by John Kelly. Oh, something wrong?
Thanks. I'm Bob Sanner. I'm a homeowner since the 70s. I sent an email today to all of you, which I hope you have read or will read. We all love trees. I have 12. Nevertheless, I think you should step up and overrule the staff and reject this statute. It has a lot of defects, and I'm going to tell you about some of them. One of them was just expressed by Mr. Gollinger in response to a question by Ms. Cormack. The question was, what about damage? And he said, well, as long as it's a residence. Well, this doesn't exist in state law, period. It was just made up right here. We're going to make up a rule. We're going to restrict what the state law says. We're not going to follow the state law. We're going to just make it for residences. Now think about this. Suppose there's a daycare center. It's not a residence. Suppose there's a church, a restaurant, a store, an office building. They're not residences. They're not protected. This is what happens when the city tries to make up a statute or an ordinance which is not compliant with the state law. I participated in a 3-person meeting with these two folks, and I, if I can say it, educated them. I brought in all the statutes for the current city statute, the state statute, statutes of Los Altos, Sunnyvale, all that. I educated them all, and they looked me right in the eye and said, we're not going to follow the state law. And I'm not exaggerating. We're going to restrict the state law for blah, blah, blah reason. You can ask them what it is. So I ask you to step up and overrule and not pass this statute until this part of it gets corrected. As you can tell, this is not part of my prepared comments, but it's well, I mean, you know, the state says, let's say there are 100 instances where a tree could come down because of damage. The city says there are 50. Oh no, we don't recognize the 100, we recognize only 50. Well, what about the other 50? We don't recognize those. Sorry, sue us. I mean, how can you deal with this? How can you deal with this? I can tell you this, the city of Sunnyvale, Los Altos, this county have and now we're talking about restricting the rights of individuals to remove protected trees which are damaging their property, which by the way, is not insured. So we're not going to let you take it down. You've got damage, too bad, uninsured. So it's just hard for me emotionally to listen to them saying, this is legal. Well, no, it's against the state law. 50 versus 100. It is against the state law. If you don't believe me, read the email I sent, which gives a lot more detail. Am I done? I'm done. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Our next speaker is John Kelly, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach. Welcome.
I would just like to begin by associating myself with everything that Mr. Sanner just told you, and also with the comments that were submitted to the council previously in writing by Gail Price. I think it would be a tremendous mistake if the council were to act tonight to adopt the amendments that have been proposed by city staff. I wish I'd gotten it to you earlier, but I've been ill today, so I just sent you a pretty detailed letter that discusses things which I'll return to in a moment. But the first thing I want to point out is that I think Councilmember Filseth really is asking some extremely intelligent and pertinent questions. It amazes me that we would be even considering adopting an ordinance of this scope, whose impacts are going to be profound on everything from one's ability to develop a property, one's ability to develop new housing in Palo Alto, the property value of our homes, and also our ability to defend ourselves against wildfires. All of those things are at stake in this issue, among other things. But to do so when there is no data whatsoever, you've just heard that from the urban forester, we don't really know that there's a problem. What we have is a situation in which apparently, and I'll grant them this, well-meaning people are acting on the belief that every tree is marginally good for our community, and every tree that we choose to protect should be protected by criminal sanctions. The fact that I don't even think people have begun to consider what I would characterize as the chilling effects of this ordinance. At my house, we have, I don't know what to call it, a monster oak next door. If it were a monster house, I would be able to go to the city and talk about daylight planes and things. As it happens, the city's rules right now require that I try to persuade a property owner other than myself to do the right thing. I think it's wrong to not only perpetuate, but to exacerbate that situation. Councilmember Philseth was right. We don't have the data. We're creating disincentives for doing the right things. And if you take the time to look at my letter, I think you will see three things. There are probably hundreds, if not thousands, of members of our community who will be directly affected by this ordinance who have never weighed in on it. I don't fault the director, I don't fault the urban forester, but the outreach process has failed. This ordinance will restrict development of needed housing in Palo Alto dramatically. And perhaps most importantly for many people, this ordinance, if adopted, will make it more difficult, perhaps impossible in some situations, to really provide near zero zone fire defense for one's home. I urge you not to act on it tonight. I urge you to refer it to the PTC, go out and talk to some realtors, talk to design professionals, but do not pass this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Catherine Martineau. Welcome.
I'm delighted to be back at City Council in person, first time since COVID. This is our 7th public meeting, commission, community meeting, board meeting, 7th, where the public could come or Zoom in, 7th, for updating an ordinance. Please keep that in mind. If we think tree removal may not be a problem because the city can't tell us how many trees we lose each year, consider this. We don't have the data, not because we aren't losing a lot of trees, but because our current ordinance is so weak on tree protection. Nearly all non-public trees in Palo Alto can be cut down at will, for no reason, without permits, with no accountability, or anyone even knowing except surrounding neighbors. No wonder there is no data. It's as if we are blindfolded because we don't see it. It doesn't mean a significant number of trees aren't being lost. With a stronger tree protection ordinance that requires a reason, a permit, and accountability when removing a tree, in turn, this will produce data, removal data, as will new technology that is about to be deployed. Remember, this ordinance doesn't mean trees can't be removed. They can be removed. They will still be removed. There are sometimes good reasons to remove trees. But the key word here is reason. And it's not just about a tree here, a tree there, but our whole big canopy. If we want to cool our warming city, big trees shade houses, medium trees shade us. And then they grow into bigger trees. For example, some trees here in City Hall Plaza are 12 inches in diameter. As we increasingly develop by protecting 15-inch diameter trees, we preserve their vital cooling benefit and also preserve more carbon sequestration. Also, the not not infrequent clear cutting of entire lots, stripping off all their trees before owners even file building permit applications will end with your approval of this ordinance tonight. If you think too many trees are now being asked to be protected, then turn that notion on its head. Without this ordinance, too many trees won't be protected, but too many trees will be lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Martineau, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm Catherine Martineau. I'm the Executive Director of Canopy, and I'm here tonight to express Canopy's support for these updates of the ordinance. I'm also relaying the support of the other organizations who co-signed the letter that I sent last week. These organizations, just as a reminder, are ACTERA, the California Native Plant Society, Grassroots Ecology, Green Foothills, Clean South Bay, the Audubon Society, and the Sierra Club. As we've heard already, we do believe that this ordinance updates will allow the city to catch up with what neighboring cities have been doing in terms of the number of species that they preserve and protect. In addition, the updates will be aligned with the WELO ordinance of water efficiency in the landscape. The work that went into this project was considerable. It took many months, as you know, and a lot of thoughtfulness went into it, and we're grateful to the staff, the city staff, and also the members of the community who have worked pretty tirelessly, I want to say, to incorporate, the enhancements here. And we're also grateful to the more than 50 individuals who did participate during the last 9-10 months and came to some of those meetings that Winter just mentioned. As you know, the urban in the urban environment, the tree canopy is really one of the very few solutions that we have to combat global climate change and the urban heat island effect. Basically, when a tree comes down, it's an air conditioner, a natural air conditioner, a beautiful one at that, and which runs on clean energy that we lose each time. And I think this is the reason why so many residents contact Canopy, and I wish we had tallied all of them, because maybe we would have a sense of how many trees we lose every year if we had. That's why they contact us, and they're distressed and they're concerned over the number of trees that are removed every year in Palo Alto. Because they know that each time a mature trees is removed, it gets a little warmer. I have just a quick pointer regarding trees in the urban environment and fire, wildfire danger. It is, you should look into it. I hope that you will, because actually trees are 80% water, which is not the case of the structures. So they do protect from wildfire. Thank you. And sorry, I went long.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Jeff Greenfield. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I stand with Canopy, the Sierra Club, the NRDC, Nature Conservancy, Climate Now, Youth versus Apocalypse, and all the other environmental organizations which unanimously favor strong tree protection. Let me be very clear. Science is certain about this. Every tree is important. Trees are proven to be essential to our environment and one of the most effective ways to curtail climate change. They make our air clean. As recent studies confirm, yet common sense illustrates, trees can be as useful as any other treatment for mental illness. In Canada, psychologists are actually prescribing free passes to national parks for treatment of depression and other mental illnesses. In fact, many schools also, even in the United States, are encouraging going outside as a mean to curtail the looming and growing mental health crisis in our country. The fact that callers say that passage of this ordinance, an ordinance that is necessary to bring our local ordinance into compliance with state law, would lead to preventing the removal of thousands of trees should make you realize well, here in Palo Alto, like with other places, many, perhaps most trees are killed illegally during the summer when it is perceived that no one is watching. Passing this ordinance now, even though the ordinance may be imperfect, is necessary to protect trees in our community. Our community, by little, has lost a substantial number of our trees, too many. And it is absurd to argue that trees can be moved or that the removal of an ancient tree can be replaced with a tiny little twig or even two or three. That's not how science works. I'm sorry to the homeowners who have trees near their homes. Given that the median price of homes in my neighborhood is $7 million, which is why I rent, I kind of don't feel that bad because that tree was likely there when they bought it. Regardless, we all know that there are exceptions to this law and this ordinance in cases of imminent bodily injury. This is not unreasonable. This takes an ordinance that barely protects and turns it into an ordinance that protects a little. Please, despite your allowance of a garage for Castellea, do something to make up for that. Please, protect the trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Greenfield, to be followed by Marianne. I don't think we have a last name yet. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for hearing this item this evening. And thank you also to staff for all of your hard work and perseverance on this endeavor. Speaking first as chair of the Parks and Rec Commission, the PRC reviewed the proposed updates on 4/26 of this year. Commission feedback was strong in support of the proposal, citing the timeliness and the broad benefits to our community, environment, and local wildlife. Some concern was voiced about increased cost. Also, the PRC has embraced your directive to serve as the Urban Forestry Community Forum. Thank you. We look forward to the formal update to the PRC purpose and duties as called out in section 10 of this proposal. Speaking now as an individual, please adopt the staff recommendation this evening, including the App Places memo updates. Many others, including staff, have talked about the myriad of benefits of the tree ordinance update. I echo their support. I want to highlight the value proposition. Many, including me, have been concerned about the net financial expense of this proposal. I was very happy to see staff's assessment adding 2.5 positions at a net expense of $150K a year. I hope you'll agree that the benefits to our community and environment are an excellent value for this modest sum. I also want to highlight that enforcement is among the responsibilities for the added staff. This is very encouraging because enforcement is critical for the effective preservation of our tree canopy. And as you know, enforcement of city initiatives often takes a backseat. Public outreach regarding this proposal has been extensive. including 6 meetings with opportunities for comments in the past 10 months. Many members of the public have constructively engaged in this process, and their collaborative feedback has resulted in numerous significant improvements. No substantive change has been made to Title VIII in 20 years. These comprehensive changes are absolutely necessary now. They demonstrate how we value our urban canopy. Please keep the ball rolling and vote to adopt this evening. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Ann. Please introduce yourself, to be followed by Tiffany Griego.
Good evening. I'm Mary Ann Norton, and I support adopting the staff recommendation to the tree ordinance updates. Palo Alto's trees are one of its treasures, and these updates will help to support and protect trees from development, hasty removal, and other harms. That's what I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tiffany Griego, to be followed by Randy Pop. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tiffany Griego, and I'm Senior Managing Director of Stanford Research Park for Stanford University. I wanted to call your attention to a letter that I provided to you only today. I do want to apologize. I wasn't aware of this draft ordinance until a couple days ago, and I have not been aware of any community outreach opportunities thus far. So what I endeavored to do in the letter was to articulate for you many projects in the Stanford Research Park that otherwise would have been thwarted if this ordinance, as it's currently drafted, had already been in place, specifically some of the Mayfield housing, as well as the Mayfield playfields. It goes without saying that in Stanford Research Park, we and our lessees care extremely deeply about the tree canopy, and we're very proud of our longstanding solid working relationship with the urban forestry team. The examples of projects that we've been able to successfully realize in the research park are certainly not an exception. We've had to get creative with removing trees and replacing them with other tree replantings, as well as relocating some trees. We just wanted to flag for you, we're concerned about some of the unintended consequences of this ordinance. We do have many shared goals that we're pursuing together, and we're concerned that this ordinance may thwart some future opportunities that we are currently considering together. And so in the letter, we wanted to propose a change to the ordinance that would bring it in closer alignment with ordinances in neighboring jurisdictions, and to avoid some of these really serious unintended consequences that we think the current proposal may cause. And specifically, by our interpretation, all the other jurisdictions retain substantial discretion to allow removal of protected trees, but the Palo Alto ordinance does not. And so we want to caution you from tying your own hands. And so I think that is pretty much all I wanted to say, as well as call attention to the letter that I sent you. My colleague Julie Jones is also on this call tonight to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Randy Pop, to be followed by Karen Holman.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening. With all due respect to the city attorneys and to Brad Eggleston, I want to just point out that while I'm in favor of very strong tree protection, I think that the language in the ordinance as it's amended is not clean. Many of you have asked whether or not the comments that I identified had been addressed. And while I did hear the city attorney say that they felt that they were seeking a balance, and that, you know, certainly not everything had been addressed, but they felt that it had been appropriately addressed, I will tell you that unless I'm seeing a different version of the language you're seeing, it has not been. And I'll just point out very quickly that the challenge that the city attorney promoted was that HCD needed to weigh in, and the letter that I sent has a memo from HCD as part of it, describing very clearly that a state exemption ADU must be permitted, even if it means that a tree is being taken out. And so in section 1809-040, where it says no removal except for 810, and 810 says that it's a violation to remove on any type of development unless it's a nuisance, seems like a circular and conflicting set of arguments. And I think that the language needs to very specifically say that a state exemption ADU must be permitted to allow removal of a tree. Otherwise, people's applications are going to get hung up unnecessarily and things will be delayed. So I'd really like to ask you to look at that. I'll just share that I've come before you a number of times about the ADU regulations. Palo Alto is one of some, 13 or 15 cities in the entire state, 500 jurisdictions that's received violation notice in regard to its ADU ordinances. And it's my understanding you're about to receive almost a 10-page response to the response that has been sent that is going to tell you that our ordinance is not in alignment with state language. And I think we're off again here. The last point that I wanted to make that I think is really important is that the ordinance is requiring that for any development project, you must have a tree report that lists all of the trees on a site and all of the trees within a certain proximity on neighboring properties. This is an enormous process, an enormous overreach. For example, if you're doing a project on a 10,000 acre lot, a 10,000 square foot lot, and there's a tree in the back corner, but you're doing a addition or a remodel of the front of the house, you're still going to have to go get an arborist report for this entire property, even though there is no tree within proximity of the work. It's really just going to create additional process, additional complexity, additional cost for homeowners. And I really think you need to create some framework for this rather than just saying every development, every tree, every project. I really hope that you'll reconsider this tonight and do a little more work before you pass this ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Holman, to be followed by Ram Sundar. Welcome.
Good evening. And first of all, I want to thank you and staff for taking this up, and in doing so, recognizing and supporting the importance of trees. Enid Pearson, who submitted her redwood tree and that you recently approved for heritage status, wasn't able to be here this evening, but asked me to relate that some years ago when she was seeing parks disappear, that observation led to her efforts to pass the park preservation ordinance. The same could be said of trees. We are seeing them disappear, and so it's important to protect them by ordinance. Now, incorporating trees into development projects. After many years of watching projects, it is sad to me and to many in the community whose comments I've listened to for these long years to see lots cleared and major trees lost rather than more creative development take shape that take advantage of the aesthetic and numerous other benefits trees provide to residents and workers. Not all trees will be saved. That has never been the realistic goal, but rather to highlight the value and seek the achievable, rather than follow a pattern of more mundane, even cookie cutter, least expensive options that we see up and down El Camino and too often in our neighborhoods. Does it call for more creativity to incorporate a tree into a deck, into a setting, into a veranda? Indeed, it does. And if done well, everyone ultimately benefits, including a property owner, given all the numerous benefits of trees, including property values increasing. A major goal of the ordinance is to get designers and applicants to think about trees first and not as an afterthought to contend with. Think of how one might design a living room for a prized piece of art. That is the tree on a site, the art that nature provides. To the question of how many current unprotected trees are being removed, on the surface, it is a reasonable question, but because we don't track these trees, it is, respectfully, akin to wondering how many people didn't go to the beach last Sunday. Ordinances forward a city's vision, and all too often these negative actions, and all too often chase negative actions. If we as a city intend to save our canopy, this ordinance is a way to do that. Regarding Stanford's submission, first of all, Stanford thankfully is generally good about planting ample and significantly large trees. And recall the first proposal for the Stanford Medical Center removed countless trees. But ultimately, the tree preservation option was determined to be the best, and that is what Stanford thankfully built. As to the other ordinances that are cited in the letter, some incorporate language such as reasonable and feasible when it comes to design options. Do those ordinances satisfy the requirements of state objective standards? Are we ahead of the other cities in this regard? Or would reasonable and feasible be acceptable here too, with a reference to state law's objective standards where those standards are applicable, which is not all projects. Regarding the soccer fields, while smaller than typical development agreement sites, the project could have very possibly been accomplished by that vehicle, the development agreement. Development agreements determine their own particular standards to accomplish a community goal. They are not immune from CEQA, but the council does have the ability to adopt a statement of overriding considerations when a significant benefit is being provided, such as the soccer fields. Thank you again for your support, and I hope there will be more oxygen in the air tomorrow and for many more tomorrows provided by the trees that will be saved. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ram Sundar, to be followed by our final speaker, Rob Levitsky. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Ram Sundar, living in South Palo Alto. I strongly support this ordinance. Now, there may be differences, and I'm not a legal expert on the various laws and its applicability to ADU and others. But one thing I'm struck by the previous speakers and almost everyone I spoke to is a common desire to have trees as much as possible. And we ourselves can feel the effect of it just walking down California Avenue on a hot summer day. You can feel the effect of the tree removal on that street. The part which I'm most passionate about, I think we do need a very strong arborist program here. And that is why I support the hiring of the extra heads, not so much as to enforce the laws as such, but also to make sure we are very aggressive in protecting the trees and helping the residents keep their trees healthy and growing. Not so recently, when we had to trim certain trees, the arborist pointed out that some of our cherry trees were sick and dying. And we wouldn't have realized this if we hadn't had the luck of hiring a very good arborist recommended by the Canopy program. And this is why I don't think everyone is successful in getting a good arborist. And if the city could get this program to be more aggressive, maybe we will have less conflicts as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Rob Levitsky. Welcome.
Thank you. Picture number 1, please. Is it going to be up? I don't know. Can anybody see that? Is it up? Okay. I wasn't going to speak, but Eric was questioning how many trees are down. So take a look at this one. This is a block from here. This is 332 Forest. About a year ago, last August, it was there. And then the next picture, please. It's the same spot, but the tree's gone. And that happened over a weekend. And I brought it to the attention of Peter Gollinger and Brad, and nobody did anything. And it's not their job because they're not code enforcement.
But there's no tracking system.
But there's a tree there. Now, the next picture I'll show is another block away. This is at the post office. There's a tree there that's actually being cut down at that moment. And I happened to be biking around and stopped them from cutting it. And they cut about half of it down and it's kind of butchered, but it's still alive. This was a tree also just a block away. And so maybe the guess is there's one happening on every block in Palo Alto. So it's probably hundreds a year, if you want a number, not thousands, but probably hundreds. This tree on this shirt here is one the Castellea cut down, and this was done with, city authority because they got kind of a bogus report, said the tree was ill, it was going to fall on the girls. Well, come to find out, the tree was very healthy, but it happened to be in the way of their garage exit that you guys have approved tonight. Also, the EIR for the Castellea, quote, gold standard, also misrepresented the tree ordinance as we had it by saying that you could mitigate the killing of various oak trees that were protected. And staff, City Palo Alto staff went along with it, saying staff takes a different interpretation. So trees are going down. They need to be monitored. You may not know it because you're not as attuned to chainsaws. When I hear a chainsaw, I go bike over and see what's going on. Whereas most of you, maybe you've been in an office or don't care what's going on, but that's what's happening in Palo Alto. And I think we need this ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the council for discussion and motions. Who would like to start off? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Let me start by saying what I like in this, and that's the adding of the 4 species on pages 103 and 104. So that's great. And then I just have a lot of questions. How much extra staff of a certain size?
I think we'd have to go back and look at the analysis we did. Peter did a lot of work looking at development applications and how they were planned to increase. And a lot of that is due to the 15-inch tree definition, which dramatically increases, in particular, the number of building permit applications we're expecting to review. But definitely some of the staffing was for other issues. Well, an increase in processing of protected tree removals is one. There's also increases of time associated with the new appeals processes and postings and other items like that in the ordinance.
Okay. This is a little off field here, but how many trees do you think we could plant each year for $300,000?
Peter, do you have an answer?
I can calculate that in just a moment.
Great.
Or at least a rough estimate.
Rough estimate's totally fine.
If that was only being used for that purpose, probably about 400.
400 trees. Okay. So I know we have a goal of increasing the tree canopy. Does this tree ordinance increase our tree canopy at all?
I believe by avoiding the removal of some of these trees, we are annually compounding our tree canopy increases. So
okay, because some won't disappear. So that you're saying that if this passes, the net will be higher than if it doesn't pass. But this doesn't add any trees.
correct, it does not add trees, but it prevents trees from being removed that are currently being removed.
Okay. When will the staff, how long would it take to get the staff on board to do this work? We hear it takes a long time. So, and I understand, I saw in the report that, of course, you guys are already backed up dealing with development applications. So is 6 months about how long you think it might be before you could get staff on board if they were approved?
I'd say at this point, 3 to 4 months. It's all about where we have in public works, we have a large number of vacancies, but if this ordinance is passed, it'll be a high priority to fill these positions and have the resources to be able to effectively implement it.
Okay. And we've been told that we need to catch up with our neighbors. Do other neighboring jurisdictions permit neighbors to appeal city decisions about trees?
Not to my knowledge. Peter, do you have an answer?
I don't have the details on that. I would have to look a little closer.
Okay. And did we send this to PTC to have them review this? Or no? Okay. We definitely heard a lot of concerns about that tonight. Okay, a few more questions. I've sometimes been told that it's about having the right tree in the right place. Is that something, Mr. Gollinger, that you think is, a a principle that, we should be striving to encourage having the right tree in the right location?
We definitely espouse that as a priority, especially when recommending plantings to residents.
So I'm having trouble reconciling that with the fact that we've got trees all over this city that might not actually be the right trees in the right place. And this ordinance makes me feel like we'd be saying every tree is the right tree in the right place, no matter what condition it's in. Like a poor condition tree, that doesn't qualify as something that can be removed, right, under this?
I think it depends on the individual situation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then in my remaining time, it seems like there are probably thousands of homeowners who respectfully are probably not following this, very clearly. They had no idea that a tree ordinance would be affecting them. How would we be communicating to these thousands of homeowners who now need to post if they have if they want to prune their tree, or, who have no idea that this is going to apply to them?
So we do have an outreach and education plan that would be implemented in part by our nonprofit partner Canopy, in addition to outreach provided by city staff.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Coop.
I want to start with thanking staff for all the work that you have put into bringing forward this ordinance. It's time that we did update it. So thank you, Peter and Brad, for all your work, as well as the other staff members. And with that, I would like to move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you.
And would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I'd like to say that, as this city's, one of the city's highest priority is to address climate change as well as to address sustainability. This is the only planet we have. And a member of the public had sent out a recommendation to read a book, The Nature of Oaks. And it is, I would have to say, the best way to engage in a hopeful future is to plant not only oaks, but also other trees, right? I also want to say, in a study sometime in 2021, they also talked about how with the cities that are that has a higher population, that are more built out with more paved roads, parking lots, and buildings, it actually increases the temperature in those cities. For example, in Sacramento, it mentioned that it increased its temperature by 7 degrees. And so, I think that Palo Alto is actually thinking forward in ensuring a cooler city by planting more trees, by preserving and maintaining the mature trees that we have in the city at this time. It is part of our infrastructure, that's our canopy. And in addition to that, it is part of sustainability. And if we want our ecosystem, trees have a lot of benefits where it also it provides housing for a lot of the birds and the animals, and it also enriches the soil. So it has a lot of benefits which we take for granted, really. So I urge my colleagues to support the update of this ordinance. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the Vice Mayor for making the motion and starting this off, and for the well-articulated arguments regarding the health benefits of our tree canopy. I might go into that a little later, but I want to maybe address some of the some of the talking points that we've already heard tonight from some members of the public, as maybe as well some council members. I think whether we don't have the data right now or not regarding the amount of trees being removed, we know that trees are being removed, and at times at a pretty alarming rate. I appreciate Rob showing some of those photos there. I wonder if the clerk can show a personal photo myself that I provided. This, see, wait until that comes up.
That's your tree, huh?
Yeah, well, my old tree. Yeah, there you go. So that this is my outside my living room window, and on a morning in January, my wife and I were awoken to the sound of chainsaws and hammering, and opened up the window to this view. So there's a couple people out there hacking down the trees. We had 3 mature trees in our backyard, and I've spoke to this before, offered us wonderful shade, gave us great privacy protection. You can see the outdoor kind of the walkway up there. Gave us great privacy protection, wonderful shade. I mean, already now with the weather heating up, I mean, it's starting to become unbearable in the apartment at a much earlier time during the day because we don't have that protection anymore. And this all happened without warning. So these were 3 mature trees in our patio that were removed. No warning given to me. I understand no warning given to the city as well, because they were not protected under our current tree ordinance. Certain 2 of those would have been protected under the tree ordinance that we're proposing today. One of them, maybe not. But still, I think this is something we know is happening and had a really terrible impact on us. And across my apartment complex, it was a couple dozen trees that were removed. So, and that was within the time frame of just a couple of weeks on one parcel within the city, and already have good evidence of trees being removed just near City Hall within a couple of weeks. So we know this is happening. Thank you. You can take the picture down. A couple other just kind of arguments that were brought up. I mean, one, this idea about the creating fire zones and fire dangers, and that just seems like a lot of fear mongering to me. I mean, one, this ordinance doesn't apply west of the 280, where the majority of our fire danger is. And as Ms. Martineau pointed out, trees are made of 80% water. That is far less flammable than a lot of these structures that apparently people are more concerned about protecting over the trees. The idea that this was not well agendized is ridiculous. We've had 7 public meetings over the course of a year or 2. So yeah, there's not much city has done its part there. I'm glad Ms. Holman former Mayor Holman spoke to the development agreements that can be used to address some of the concerns that Stanford raised. I think this idea of costs kind of strikes me as pretty incredible that we can get caught up on this idea of cost here. I mean, I don't really know what we're worried about the price tag on this. This is going to cost us $150,000 a year after we recover the increased fees, and trees are going to be a major way that we're going to be able to battle climate change and achieve our SCAP goals. And so, I mean, I'm thinking, how much is SCAP going to cost us? How much are the impacts of climate change going to cost us every year? This is going to be in the millions of dollars, and this is going to cost us $150,000 to greatly expand the protection of our tree canopy. And there are studies that show that one mature tree can sequester about 48 pounds of carbon per year. I mean, if you expand that out to the 600 that we have outside in our open spaces, I mean, that is a big help that we can have on climate change. And finally, just one more point on this cost thing. I understand I think where Councilmember Cormack was maybe going there, saying, well, this isn't expanding our tree canopy, but it just reminds me of the old expression, a penny saved is a penny earned. I think a tree saved is a tree planted. And so I think this is an important tool in being able to preserve trees. So we're not continuously having to play catch up in growing our tree canopy every year. So I'm happy to support this. I wish that we can do more to be able to preserve our trees and grow that canopy. But I think this is a very strong start. And I really appreciate staff and community members who have supported this.
Okay. Councilmember Du Bois.
Excuse me. I too want to thank staff and everybody involved. I think there's been a lot of great work done on this tree ordinance, including by several tall tree award winners, both individuals and organizations that work to save more tall trees. And again, I do think the letter today from Canopy had an impressive list of organizations, including Actera and the Sierra Club and Green Foothills. As has been stated, we have had many public meetings on this. ARB, Parks and Rec, has come to council, and we had several community outreach meetings. I attended some of those meetings and I heard no opposition really until tonight. It seemed to be very universal agreement. And again, with this ordinance, I think we really moved from lagging behind to really just going to middle of the pack. I mean, this is not extreme at all. Our current ordinance was pretty outdated. So, Canopy sent us a letter that also included a comparison with other cities. East Palo Alto protects all species that are 8 inches in diameter. Redwood City and Sunnyvale protect all species at 12 inches. And then if we go to 15 inches as proposed, we will be right in line with Los Altos, Menlo Park, and Mountain View, which are all at slightly over 15 inches, 15.3. So again, I don't think we're being extreme at all. We're going to be middle of the pack. I know Davy and some other companies offer tree inventory management solutions that use satellite photos and GIS to pretty low cost track trees. Does city staff plan to use something like that to help with just monitoring trees?
So we have looked into that. Identifying trees by species from satellite photo is not an exact science yet, so that's kind of difficult. We do have a really good inventory of our street trees or our public trees, but it's the private trees we have issues with.
Yeah.
So far, we haven't seen a really good automated way to collect that data.
But I think you could notice large trees disappearing. So, those systems seem to make it very easy to identify there was a tree there and now the tree's not there. And again, I had kind of the same thought in terms of, the net cost here is $150,000. And some of the questions, it's really not about just the number of trees, but the size of the trees. And I think there's a big difference between planting a new tree and having a mature tree that's, 50 or 100 years old. So I'm very happy to support this motion. I actually think it could be one of the most important updates we've done as a council in years.
I'll go ahead and wade in with a few questions and comments. First, I want to concur with those who have made the distinction between strictly numbers of trees and the canopy, and not to mention the CO2 capture of a mature tree versus a newly planted tree. So first, we plant a good number of trees in this community every year, and so the net number of trees we have is obviously the difference between the number we plant and those that are removed. And so if we're removing fewer, then it results in more net trees per year as a result of greater protections. More importantly is not the number of trees. It is really the amount of canopy. And that's where mature trees have drastically disproportionate benefit over young saplings. And then I think the cost impact, the net cost impact is modest compared to the benefits. So I'm fine with that. I do want to, though, raise concerns that there may be legitimate consequences, or there are legitimate concerns about unintended consequences, that we basically are going to run into circumstances that very possibly are going to cause us to need to adjust the ordinance in the future as we learn from ramifications that we just aren't anticipating. And we've had a great sense of urgency to get this ordinance that's been getting worked on for quite some time approved, and I don't want to hold back that approval. But what I do want to ask staff is if over the next year or so, we encounter circumstances that we say, that's probably a reasonable concern that has arisen as a result of a given circumstance that we didn't anticipate, what will be our process to be able to adjust the ordinance without going through another multi-year process?
That's a really good question. And I have to say, I would not be at all surprised to find that happen, that we run into some situations we hadn't thought about. So I guess my answer as Public Works Director is we would work most likely with the Planning Department and City Attorney's Office and bring an item back to the council proposing changes to address any items like that.
Okay. Yeah, because I think that's a very strong possibility. I was reviewing the comments made by Tiffany Griego and issues about potential ramifications on developments in the Stanford Research Park, as well as some of the comparisons to other local statutes and the issue that was raised by a member of the public tonight on comparison to the state statute. I'm not familiar with the state statute and would like staff to speak to how our proposed statute compares to that. When I look at the other adjacent cities or nearby cities, we are not more restrictive in terms of the size of trees, but it does appear that we're more restrictive in terms of the conditions or the exceptions that would allow for removal of a tree. So can staff speak to both of those issues? Some of the implications potentially in development, like in the research park, as well as these comparisons to other communities in the state.
I can start off, and then I'll invite Peter to fill in as well. I do think it's a fair statement to say that while we may be entering the middle of the pack in terms of our definition of when a tree is protected, our ordinance, I think, does generally have less discretion than ordinances of many neighboring cities. So in some ways, once you're in the protected tree list in Palo Alto, it may be harder to remove a protected tree if you wanted to. And then I would just say, with respect to the state legislation that a member of the public brought up, and Molly, I'll ask you too if you remember this issue, but I'll just point out this is one that's been raised multiple times, and we've consulted in some depth with the attorney's office. And my recollection is that the state law that's being referenced is not specifically about trees. It's a general definition of what a nuisance is. And it just so happens that some of our neighboring jurisdictions have taken that same nuisance language and used it as a qualifier in their tree protection ordinances for when trees can be removed. So we just haven't chosen to be that lenient about removals in Palo Alto. Peter, did you want to add on maybe in particular to the research park issues?
Yeah, as I pointed out in our presentation, the allowable reasons for removal for projects under Title 18 hasn't changed dramatically. And so one of the things that we've strived to do in this update is to make our conditions more objective as opposed to subjective. And perhaps there is room for discussion down the road, but that was the direction that we were going on this.
And did you get a chance to review the letter by Tiffany Griego regarding Stanford Research Park development impacts?
I did get to review that, but not at length.
But I'm sorry, but not.
I did get to review it briefly before the meeting, but not in depth.
Okay. All right. And one last question on nuisance on definition on page 118. It just go to there. Under 8.04.050B, it says any tree or plant, this is defined as a nuisance, that will destroy, impair, or otherwise interfere with street improvements. And I'm focusing on the word will and wanting to understand the distinction between whether it does cause those impacts or whether will means that it's anticipating at some time in the future as it grows or whatever, it would result in those impacts. What's intended there?
I think we were attempting to be more concise than the existing apt to. We felt that that was too subjective, but if it can be determined that the tree would, in this case a tree, let's say a tree, would impact street improvement in the near future, then we could address it. I don't think it's intended to be many years down the road. I think it's if you see a tree whose root buttress is beginning to impact a curb, then that might be something that we could consider.
I get that. So that's seems like a good description of the intent. Maybe I'd just ask you while we're discussing to see if there's any greater clarity that we could add that would make sure that that intent is clear in the language. Okay. Let's see. I'm not seeing any other lights. Oh, well, I'll ask one more question, then return to Councilmember Stone. And that is just the question of kind of enforcement. You know, we were presented examples tonight of trees that appear to have been removed, some legally and some not legally in the recent past. But what are we looking at as ways to assure that whatever we adopt in the rules will have a high degree of compliance?
So in addition to the penalties that are specified in the ordinance, we plan on updating the administrative penalties list to include some of these chapters, which would allow us to write citations, and it would be a much easier route. That's currently how we enforce most of our violations.
If I could just add to that, I'd say that the staffing that we're recommending in this report actually allows some more attention to enforcement, because over the last several years, when we had budget cuts at the beginning of the pandemic, we actually had to have staff who used to spend more time on enforcement and in the field doing plan reviews instead.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quick question for staff. Can council stipulate in the tree ordinance motion tonight that the new requirements would apply to removal applications, like as of a particular date, like as of today's date, in order to prevent, I guess what I'm worried about is a rush to remove trees in the amount of time that it would take for us to have the second reading and then for the ordinance to go into effect.
Well, it's my understanding that this would require reviews where currently none are filed. So you can certainly provide that the new rule applies to any project that hasn't received its final approvals, as long as the project is already going through our process for other reasons, I guess, rather than this one. In other words, you don't have to allow what we often call pipeline projects that the application's been submitted, but it hasn't been approved and the building permit hasn't been pulled. You don't have to allow those to proceed under the old rules. You could impose these new rules.
Okay,
but that's as far as you can go.
Gotcha.
So you do need to have the second reading and the 30 days before enforcing the ordinance.
Okay, so that wouldn't automatically happen. It would need to be included in the motion.
Correct. I assume that's how it's been drafted, Brad?
Yes, I think that's right. And Peter, can you remind me, I thought we had some language in the staff report, but maybe not, wouldn't be in the ordinance itself that addressed what we were proposing on this topic.
That is correct. I believe we were delaying the initiation of the designated arborist program for 6 months.
Right. I'm thinking about the when the new requirements would become applicable to projects and if they would be applicable to pipeline projects.
I believe we were recommending new applications, not pipeline projects.
So section 13 provides that the ordinance is effective on the 31st day after its adoption, which is 31 days after the second reading. So that's the earliest it can be effective, except for the designated arborist portion.
So I guess I'm sorry, I got a little lost between all the different thoughts there. So are we saying then this is not needed or would not have an effect, or
so I think
if we want to prevent it from being in the
I think what if I'm understanding you, you're concerned about the next 45 days. And so to address that, you would need an urgency ordinance, which is not before you tonight.
Yes. Okay. So there's nothing else that we can do in order to prevent that concern of rushing to remove trees.
That is correct.
Chainsaw massacre.
Yeah, exactly.
Your current rule will obtain for the next 45 days. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
But if I could clarify, just to state that our intent in implementing the ordinance is that, 45 days later, when it does become effective, we were planning to start applying it to new applications that came in at that point, and not to applications that might have already been submitted, 2 months ago or in the ensuing 45 days before it became effective. So I think if there was an interest in changing that, we would like to hear that as part of council's motion this evening.
So Councilmember Stone, what the staff is saying is that they forward under the old rules. So if you wanted this new set of rules to apply as early as possible, which would be the 45 days, to anything that hasn't gotten all the way through the process, then you'll need to give that direction to the staff tonight.
Okay. I mean, if the maker is open to that, I would need help on, I don't know exactly how to craft that language as an amendment, but On the last page.
And just to note, the reason for sometimes proceeding that way is you could have a fully designed project that could not be, that's in the process, perhaps well along in the process, that could not go forward under this new set of rules. So you would be then saying to those applicants, you must start over with a different project.
And can I ask a clarification? So that would apply to projects, but could we then differentiate requests to removals that are not part of a new project and expedite implementation of that, or do we
I
not
don't
parse
think you
that?
actually need to do that because those, if, for example, not in the context of a development, but just someone who wishes to remove a tree, they don't have anything in the pipeline. They're just going to take an action. So
Apply to that.
correct.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, okay. So just run through a few thoughts and comments on this. So first of all, you know, I kind of agree with Councilmember Stone on some of the objections that have been thrown up to this in terms of, you know, fire danger and stuff like that, which is, yeah, of course, you know, the proportion of the fire danger from trees in Old Palo Alto is quite a bit different from up in the foothills. And so I think some of those arguments are, you know, a little tenuous. On the other hand, some of the other arguments are a little tenuous too. So, I mean, you know, is Palo Alto at big risk of, you know, becoming heat islands and stuff like that? Well, actually the canopy is increasing. It's not decreasing right now. So that seems a little remote. You know, a mature oak tree sequesters, you know, just under 50 pounds of carbon dioxide a year, but that's basically 1/200th of what an EV conversion does. So you convert one EV and, you know, that's the same as 200 trees, right? And so you may think that's a lot or a little, you know, but that's what it is. And so hence, you know, I mean, we try to avoid doing these kinds of things on sort of the philosophical principles of do we like trees or not like trees, right? It's kind of like save the whales, right? You know, that's why we like data. Okay. At the moment, the only data we got is some anecdotal data from Rob Levitsky and some photos from Greer, and that's what we got. So that's what we got, right? But isn't that good? So I wish we had more. As far as the cost of these things, you know, it's not just a question of cutting down trees. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that homeowners do that runs afoul of Palo Alto's tree ordinances, even in its current form. Okay. And it's not just a question of cutting down. Okay. I mean, pretty much anything you do on your property, okay, you know, might be within 30 feet of a protected tree that you don't know about on your neighbor's property, right? Or within a drip line or something like that. And the city process, you know, is incredibly hard to understand, okay, for Jane average homeowner in Palo Alto. Okay, now the professionals understand it because they've been through it a million times, okay? But your average homeowner, this is a confusing Gordian knot of stuff. So the overhead of doing this is not zero, okay? That said, without data, we're going to have to wing it. So we're going to wing it tonight. And so that's what we're going to do. The last thing I'd comment on a little bit is we say, well, what's the objective here, given that the canopy is already increasing and so forth, you know? Well, and a couple of people pointed this out already. You know, we like big trees in Palo Alto. I mean, I think big trees are important and they take a long time to develop and so forth. And all too often, you know, as I think the mayor pointed out, you know, you cut down a big tree, it takes a long time for a sapling to reach that scale again. And it's not clear to me that, you know, we systematically replace big trees with more big trees. So I've been on council for 7 years and we've seen a lot of development projects come before us and they all have landscaping plans, right? And There probably have been some, but offhand, I can't remember a single one where the landscaping plan included oak trees. Okay. I remember seeing a lot with sort of little scrubby little hawthorn trees out on a row on the sidewalk, but they'll never be 15 inches in diameter, right? Or more than 15 feet high, right? And so I wonder if what we're contemplating tonight, if our goal is to have big trees in our canopy in Palo Alto, I wonder if what we're doing tonight is actually the most effective way to do that. If we want big trees, then we're going to have to figure out how to get people to plant them. Okay, right? Because I do worry, and I'm encouraged by the city arborist saying that's probably not an issue, but I do worry about the disincentives of these kinds of things, right? I mean, if we're telling people, if you have an oak tree on your property, or now a big leaf maple, right, then it's going to be a pain in the tail to deal with in the future. I wonder if we're not sending the wrong message to people on that kind of stuff. So, assuming we pass this tonight, and if what we care about is big trees in the Palo Alto canopy, I hope we won't stop here, but we'll sort of figure out, how do we structure things so that we actually get people to plant them, okay? Instead of just saying, well, you can't cut any down, right? Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I was thinking somewhat what Councilmember Phillips was also thinking, because I think what we want are kind of these nice big heritage trees, but I think there's a kind of a disincentive to actually planting them for all the reasons he just mentioned. So I'm not going to repeat that, but I also think about like some of the other comments made tonight about. For instance, I think someone mentioned that if you're trying to build, you have to kind of get arborists for all the trees, even if they're not near your property, even if they're not near the project. I'm thinking about like, how do we actually create the incentives to actually plant these majestic trees that we all like? I also think about like the drought we're having, right? I think we're having the worst drought in 1,200 years. So it's a pretty bad drought, and it looks like it's gonna be here for a while. So I wonder whether, and then we also heard comments, and I know that some people disagree, but we heard comments about that, there was not notification, not enough people know about this. But I wonder whether we should try to, rather than trying to get this through tonight, whether we should try to think about this a little bit more comprehensively, or perhaps send it to one of our board's commissions to try to figure some of this out, because I wonder, kind of as Councilman Phillips was talking about, whether this might make it worse, because I don't think we want that. So I'm a little bit concerned because of that. But in general, I actually am a big tree fan, so I want to have more trees, right? I want to have better trees, and I think that's what we all want. But the question is, how do we get there? And I'm not quite convinced that this is going to do it. So I wonder whether we should. It's what time? It's almost 11 right now. I just wonder whether, rather than trying to figure it out today, whether we perhaps send it to PTC. Actually, I'm not even sure which commission would be best for this. Or maybe it's just staff thinking more about some of these ideas. Anyways, given late hour, let me think if I could, perhaps maybe we could have an amendment here where we could incorporate some of the ideas of how do we have incentives to actually plant big trees, because I think there is some disincentive here to do that. Because as you make more trees protected, you better believe that everyone's going to make sure they don't put that in their yard, right? Because it's going to cause a lot of problems. Or how do we handle the drought that's happening, right? That's also a big issue. So we're just wondering whether the maker and seconder will be open to incorporating some of the ideas that we just discussed, like how do we create incentives to plant these big trees? Because I do think that there's some disincentive here, and I worry about the drought, and I also worry about the issue with like someone building, right? Do we really need an arborist like for all the trees? That seems kind of an overreach. So wanted to see if the maker and seconder would be open to incorporating some of these ideas.
At this time, I'm not gonna incorporate what you suggested.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I'm sorry, Mayor Burt, could I have just a second?
Sure.
There have been several comments about the issue of incentivizing big trees and I think native species. So if I could, I'd like to invite Peter to jump in for a second. This was something we discussed at the last session with council as well, and we are making changes to the tree and landscape technical manual that address that. And Peter, if you could just really briefly touch on that.
Yes, so the Tree and Landscape Technical Manual prioritizes preference for large canopied native species as first priority, drought tolerant, climate adapted species as a second priority. So that's already included in the update to the Tree and Landscape Technical Manual. Additionally, the disclosure statements are not required for all permits, as was referenced earlier.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're Councilmember Du Bois next.
I think my topics have been covered. If we're getting close to a vote, I'm good.
Okay, Vice Mayor Koo.
I just wanted to ask staff, do we need to add the language in there to also approve the supplemental report item?
I think what we want is for the version of the ordinance that was attached in the supplemental memo to be the one that you adopt. But I interpreted this motion to mean that it would be. Molly, does that seem proper?
Yes, that would be how we would interpret this.
Okay, so no need to add extra language.
Correct.
Okay, very good. So I'm ready to vote.
Councilmember Cormack.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we refer this item to the Planning and Transportation Commission and ask the Parks and Recreation Commission to provide us with suggestions for how to increase the tree canopy.
I'll second it.
Okay, want to speak further to your motion?
We do indicate that they think there are some serious concerns. I personally would feel much more comfortable if Planning and Transportation looked at this and compared it. And I do think that we should be looking at increasing our canopy, not just this work.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No, I kind of said my piece already.
So I'll just say that I do have some concerns that this didn't go through the Planning and Transportation Commission. I think there are planning implications that need to be examined, and I think that I'd want to see that occur concurrently with a review of any determination of potential changes, that we wouldn't merely look at the tree ordinance amendments, but to route this concurrently through the Planning and Transportation Commission. But I wouldn't want to delay implementation of the ordinance in the meantime. So I won't be voting in favor of the substitute motion, but I will be proposing something in terms of how we proceed on this going forward. Okay.
Could I just ask the clerk to change the wording? So it's correct what we're voting on. After commission, and refer to the Parks and Recreation Commission a proposal. Thank you.
Okay, I see no more lights on the substitute motion. Would the clerk call the roll on that?
Councilmember Stone?
No.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
No.
Mayor Burt,
No.
Councilmember Du Bois,
No.
Councilmember Filsa.
No.
Motion fails 5-2.
So I would like to propose an amendment that, let's see if we have the main motion there. Excuse me. That adds an additional section that directs staff to evaluate any modifications to the ordinance that have come to light, prospective modifications that will come to light over the next year, and for those as well as planning implications to be reviewed by the Planning and Transportation Commission and the Parks and Rec Commission following in the following months. And that would be the months after this, basically saying a year of we'll take input on any things that maybe need to be adjusted. And when they get reviewed, it would go through both Parks and Rec and planning at that time. I don't know if I articulated that well enough at this hour. And does staff have any thoughts or concerns on that amendment? Or I should first ask if that's acceptable to the maker and the seconder.
It's acceptable.
Yes. Okay. And does staff have any concerns or thoughts on that?
I think that's a process that can work for us.
Okay, great. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I heard staff say earlier that when they saw issues, they would come back to council. I just wonder, 12 months is the right amount of time. I mean, it sounds like they were prepared to do this when they saw an issue. You know, should we do 18 months?
Yeah, I mean, that was part of what I was kind of wanting to see, get staff feedback. I wanted, what we haven't had is the Planning and Transportation Commission look at it at all. And so I want them to look at the whole thing at the same time that any amendments are being evaluated. Whereas Parks and Rec would be essentially looking at the amendments.
But if we don't have any of these unintended side effects, yeah, it just like we're scheduling some work that may or may not be
okay.
needed.
So I would be fine with it only being routed if there are no, it's not just unintended, I guess. It would be implications coming to light that warrant consideration of modifications, basically. I mean, we've had some that have been identified already as potential problems by members of the public and Stanford Research Park. And so I won't be surprised if some of those issues really do come forward.
Maybe I could ask a quick question of the city attorney. The development agreements fall outside of this Section 8, right?
We don't do many development agreements. I think the last one I saw was in my very first weeks with you 11 years ago. But in theory, if we were to do a development agreement, it would it's a custom set of procedures that can make special rules for that project.
What about something like the Castellea project?
That is not a development agreement.
So under this tree ordinance, I mean, they had a pretty extensive landscaping plan and identification of trees.
I believe Brad can tell me if there's any reason why that a project like that would be accepted. I don't believe that it would. And I don't know enough about the tree plan there to tell you whether this ordinance would have had a significant impact on that application or not. I would not be surprised if it did.
Okay, thanks.
So if I could comment, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Du Bois, I'll jump ahead here on behalf of staff and acknowledge that given the significance of the changes to the municipal code embodied here, setting a one-year time frame seems very reasonable for us to have some experience and be able to report back to the council via PTC on the any experience that comes to light during that time period. And as was noted earlier, should we find anything that's truly concerning, we may return sooner.
Sounds good. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks. So I like the amendment B here in section B, and I'm not going to suggest changes to the motion on this, but I just want to highlight something that I hope staff will look at, and at some level the PTC as well, which is, again, the process for Jane Average resident to deal with the city's tree ordinance is a pain in the neck. Okay. I mean, you cannot figure this stuff out on the website the way it's done, my personal case was, repouring the slab in my garage a couple of years ago. Okay. But, it turns out that it's within 30 feet of a protected tree on my neighbor's lawn. So going back, and what I understand now is, 20 years ago, when I did some work remodeling my kitchen, I probably ran afoul of the city's tree ordinance. Okay. Probably what I needed to do, according to the city's tree ordinance, was go get my neighbor to put a fence around his protected tree. Okay. On his side of the property line. But who can figure this out unless you're a professional? So as we proceed here, we're going to have a lot more protected trees. Okay, we're going to have 3 times as many protected trees. So we're going to have 3 times as many people running afoul of the city's tree ordinance that have no idea, what a tree ordinance is. So I hope that some of the work that we go through when the PTC reviews this and the staff reviews this and so forth, and unintended consequences, I hope that some of this work can be directed towards making this stuff easier to understand for your average Palo Alto resident who has no idea what a protected tree or a protected tree ordinance is, which is going to be like 98% of Palo Altans. Okay, thanks.
Okay, looks like we're ready to vote on the motion.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth?
Yeah.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Councilmember Cormack?
No.
Vice Mayor Ku?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. So that concludes this item. And we can now move on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Vice Mayor Ku.
Thank you. I did want to speak a little bit about the last San Francisco Roundtable meeting that was on June the 1st. And I think a couple of the members of the community did speak about that today. But I did want to say that at this last meeting, FAA made a presentation on the on the surfer route. And it was a one-way presentation where there was no questions that were taken and there was no comments taken by the FAA. The frustrating thing about this is that when the SFO roundtable does such a thing and only allows the FAA to speak, the FAA can actually claim that they did a community engagement meeting where there was absolutely no community engagement. So I don't know how this works, but I do think that potentially asking if the city or the mayor can write a letter in terms of making that point. I don't know, but that's just a question I wanted to ask.
Well, I think if it falls within previously established council guidance on our strong wish to be have a full voice in the airplane noise impacts, which I suspect it may fall within that, then I can take that input and along with staff, we can have such a letter. I think if the city manager is able to review that or in concept, then we can proceed. But
taking it up. So thank you. The other thing is, I did want to mention that I know that next week we're going to be looking at AB 2181. It's legislation, but I think that there are other legislation that are going through state, such as AB 2011, which is again another take away from a city's ability for local control, the ability to assure balance of land use, and it undermines local land use planning efforts. It's just another attempt. So I think that there are certain legislation that we need to kind of get on top of, and I don't think it's coming to us soon enough. Lastly, I did go on a police ride along on Saturday, and so thanks to Councilmember Greer, Stone, and Phil and Du Bois for mentioning it. And I learned a lot of things. I mean, the police are out there actually doing a lot of work, making sure that there isn't car burglaries and so forth. So they're making a very proactive attempt. And I would highly recommend for my colleagues to go on a ride along also and meet some of the people who work for us and who's keeping us safe. Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, as you heard at the beginning of the night, I was in Bloomington over Memorial Day weekend as a Rotarian, but we had a lot of interesting discussions with their business community. So they have 5 or 6 organizations, their Chamber of Commerce, their downtown business district, their tourism board, and there were a couple of other organizations thrown there, and they all work together to really create kind of a community supported business environment. So it's very interesting to talk to them. Also met with their mayor, and it was interesting to hear about some of his challenges in a state that kind of opposes a lot of what Bloomington does. And so on really fundamental issues like gun control or abortion, the state actively passes laws that will counteract things that the city does. And very, very interesting, kind of an active battle. But, we're making these early connections. We're looking at doing some service projects together. And the next phase, it will be kind of civil discourse, hopefully this fall, where we'll start to have some interesting discussions on difficult topics. So, thanks.
So a couple comments. One, just on this process of council member comments, questions, and announcements. We have this at the end of meetings. Tonight it's 11:09. And some of these are very perfunctory and some of them are more substantive. And it was another city, I think it was another mayor had just mentioned to me somehow surprised that ours were at the very end of our meeting. And it caused me to reflect on whether that's really the best time if we really are attempting to share with the public substantive updates. And so it's something that I wanted to encourage us to think about whether we want to update that on our policies and procedures. We could do it temporarily simply by an agenda change at the beginning of a meeting before we make a formal change to our protocols. But I just thought I'd put that out there. And then more concretely, I attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors from Thursday through Sunday. Actually, Thursday was a related event of Climate Mayors Conference, and I had wanted to attend for a few reasons. One, we received an award, an honorable mention award on climate programs. It's not for comprehensive programs. It was for discrete programs, and ours was for an initiative that our staff had done, converting one of our affordable housing projects to heat pump water heaters, I believe, and then I had also wanted to help promote the Sibling Cities initiative, and lastly, I was then invited to be on a panel on EV and electrification, and there were a lot of takeaways from the conference and our involvement. But I did want to share with you at a pretty high level. First, the whole council hasn't yet received an update on where some things are evolving out of the SCAP committee, and there's some really positive developments on us understanding and coming forward with an evolving set of priorities and methods to achieve them, ways to mitigate the needs to immediately upgrade our whole utility infrastructure, and just a whole series of interrelated parts to the program. A takeaway was that we are at the cutting edge on electrification of both transportation and vehicles. Many of the cities who were perceived to be at the forefront are working hard to reduce the carbon content of their electricity supply, and then doing certain pilots on EVs and otherwise. And there's a spectrum, but a takeaway really was that there aren't other cities, certainly that were there, that were even on a par with us, much more ahead of us. I was hoping to get kind of some feedback and reality checks on whether any of the assumptions that we're now moving forward on may be in question. And the takeaway was no, they're, for the most part, the things that we'll be sharing with the council are things that the audiences there were very enthusiastic to hear, that we are basically figuring out some solutions to some knotty problems that they're just starting to face, that they aren't really met, that for the most point hadn't been getting to the point of understanding the right questions, sort of like we were some of these questions a year ago. We really had to figure out the questions before we could come up with the answers. Another big takeaway was that there are a number of sessions on the federal dollars that have come forward in climate protection and transportation out of the infrastructure plan. And the federal representatives, and they had representatives all the way up to deputy assistant cabinet secretaries in transportation, housing, energy. It was very well represented. And both they and the leadership there really were viewing these federal funding dollars as historic and unprecedented. This is a time where this federal infrastructure bipartisan initiative, along with some other programs, are offering opportunities that just haven't ever been there before, particularly on climate related issues. I mean, this is a new thrust. And so we need to look at how we can figure out what we might qualify for, how we have the bandwidth to respond to that. But that was for most of the cities there, it was how do we engage and pursue qualifying for a lot of those dollars. Let's see, just in the next couple of weeks, the federal government is going to come out with new EV charging standards to try to standardize a lot of this. It's been a little bit of a Wild West in this sector for the last decade, and they're imminently going to come out with new standards. And lastly, an update somewhat related to the federal actions, but they didn't give us an intimation of this at the conference, but it came out today that the Biden administration is coming out with the, Defense, pardon me? Thank you. Defense Production Act to pursue domestic solar panel production and actually relieving some of the tariffs from some of the countries to spur 4 different South Asian countries to spur solar imports as a bridge, but also to use that act to accelerate heat pump manufacturing domestically and to accelerate transformer production domestically, because one of the things that the full council hasn't seen is that we as a city are not only facing staffing issues in upgrading our electricity supply, but the entire supply chain on transformers, manufacturing supply chain is very constrained. And so this was a very interesting development today that there's now pedal to the metal on some things that were not being didn't have a federal role in addressing, and suddenly they're being addressed with a great sense of urgency. So those are all the takeaways that I think for the council. And on that note, meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.
Yeah.